Good morning, beautiful people. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, y'all. I know it's a Saturday, and I know, let me say this first. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you for the congratulations. Prayers up to you and your family, Mookie. Um, um, Thank y'all for joining me this morning. I know normally, Saturday mornings we do our deep cleaning, honey, and I'm pretty sure, just like me, a lot of us gonna do it anyway. But we just normally do it to the music, honey. Yes, I've been looking forward to it. But I am on a mission to get caught up on this trial coverage. So, like I told y'all on yesterday, I was gonna come this morning and continue, okay, continue our coverage of this trial. So by the time Monday rolls around, we could be sort of kind of caught up. So that's what we're here for this morning. I appreciate you all being here. I do. If you don't mind, hit that like button. Okay. Feel free to hit the cash app and support the channel. And we're gonna get into it. Today is Saturday. Y'all stay tuned. You never know what might pop off, honey. But with that being said, I'm gonna go to my timestamp, and we're gonna get started now on today. Yesterday we concluded with the one of the well, not one of but the baby's pediatrician. Okay, baby Dominique's pediatrician who testified. We concluded yesterday with his testimony. So today we're gonna be getting into medical examiner Corrine Stern is her name. Let me get her photo up here so I can give y'all a little visual. Okay. That's medical examiner Corrine Stern, okay? And we're gonna get started today listening to her testimony, okay? All right, y'all, here we go. Like I said again, thank y'all so much for being here. Feel free to support the channel by hitting the like button and also supporting the cash out. All right, I think my volume is set. Let me see. Yes. I will drop the link in case anybody want to come up. I know the truth, I think, is working this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Trey's probably asleep, child. I don't know what Trey is. Of course, Flexi, I just got off the phone with her. She's in day 2 of her event. She says hi to everyone. And she's probably listening, y'all. So if y'all want to speak in the chat, she's in the bushes. You was trying to watch yesterday's live. Which one? Hebrew. Girl, I do several lives a day, girl. You gotta be specific. Butter tea had early. Oh, I know about it, Sonya. We're gonna get into it later. We're gonna talk about it later. This ain't the channel for that. Hey, Heathen.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know I can't hear her right now. I know y'all can hear. Mine is delayed.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I hear you now. What's up, girl?
Nothing much.
You good this morning?
Yep, just relaxing in the thunderstorms.
Girl, is it thunderstorming?
Yeah.
We supposed to get, from today on till Tuesday. It's supposed to. I think we got like a 60% chance of rain every day, and the temperature is in the upper 90s. So we're gonna see how they're paying out, baby. Because I told my mom, I said, I'm still gonna get in the pool. I ain't been in the pool all summer. Cause every time we had something, it be acting like it want to rain. But I'm getting in there, for the
Hey,
fall.
Kat.
Oh, you came up here to sit with me today. You see my partners ain't here.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
I guess today's my scheduled day.
Yeah. You have to. You know how we do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, sweet. And doing this testimony, you can stop me at any time. You know how it goes.
Okay.
All right, y'all. This is medical examiner Corrine Stern. Okay, here we go. See.
Ms. Shanice, your next witness is?
Dr. Corrine Stern, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Stern has been sworn in and she's seated. Please proceed when ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Dr. Corrine Stern.
And what is your occupation?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Webb County, Texas.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your educational background and your training that qualifies you in this field as a medical examiner?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor in Belton. I graduated from medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I have a master's degree in public health. I went to medical school at the University, did my residency at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Honolulu. I then did a surgical pathology fellowship at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio, and I did my forensic medicine fellowship with the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner in Washington, D.C. I am licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I passed my forensic boards in 2001. I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. What is forensic pathology?
Sure. So forensic means law. So I practice pathology or practice medicine as it deals with the law.
And as in your capacity as a medical examiner, do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
And what is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is a complete exam, both external, the outside, and internal, the inside of the human body.
Okay. And how long have you been the medical examiner in Webb County?
About 16 and a half years now.
Okay. So is it fair to say you've conducted many autopsies?
Yes.
Okay. Have you testified before as an expert witness in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. On how many occasions? Few or many?
Many.
Okay. And I'm going to kind of take you back to the year of 2018.
Okay.
Okay. Do you, I know you have an office, but can you describe the structure of your office as far as your personnel, investigators and things? What typically happens when the medical examiner office gets called on a dead body?
Okay, so we're a full-service medical examiner's office. I have a full staff. I'm currently the only medical examiner there. I have a staff of full-time and part-time medical death investigators, full and part-time autopsy technicians, and also my office staff. So in the state of Texas, certain deaths under the statutes have to be reported to the medical examiner. And when those are reported, we usually send an investigator out to the scene to investigate that death and also to make pronouncement. If it is a very suspicious death or thought that it might be a homicide and I'm here local, then I will go out on those scenes as well.
Now, do you, I know you have a staff, but do you still on occasion go out in the field?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a crime scene back in the date of April the 9th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You can tell the ladies and the jury, where is it that you personally responded to that day?
I believe it was Father McNaid Park is where we were called. We did receive that call. It was a suspicious death, thought to be a homicide. And so I did report out to the scene with my investigator.
Okay. And if you can walk the jury through what happens when you get there on that day of April the 9th.
Well, the first thing that happens is we coordinated with the detective that was out on the scene. That's protocol for us to get some background on the scene and also to get clearance to actually walk into the crime scene so we don't disturb any evidence. Our main goal at that point is to pronounce the decedents, and that's what I did. We were brought over to a female victim, and I believe I made pronouncement on her death.
Okay. Do you remember the location in Father McNaid Park?
It was not she was in an open area, maybe on the side of a road or a trail from what I just remember of that day. And she was just lying out in the open.
Okay. Do you remember her position, how she was?
I believe she was prone, which means face down. I believe that is how she was found.
And what are some of the first things you do when you see her?
So I make pronouncement, and then we always get permission from the law enforcement there if it's okay to move her, and they did need to take some photographs. So we did move her into different positions so they could photograph both her front and her back.
Okay, and are you equipped with a camera in your office?
Oh, yes, we take all our own photographs as well. That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to identify the female?
I don't recall off the top of my head whether she had already been identified. By the time we did send her for autopsy, she had been identified, but I just can't recall at the scene. I do remember somebody had been looking for her, and I believe her vehicle was out there, and so they had a good idea at that time who she was.
Okay. You guys take a bunch of photos.
Yes, we take a lot of photographs.
Okay, can I approach her?
Yeah.
Now, how many subjects, were we dealing with that day? How many did you see?
2.
Who was the first, subject? Was it a male or a female?
It was a female.
I'm gonna show you what's been already previously admitted as State's Exhibit 193, 194, 196, and 197. We'll just look at those are already in evidence.
Okay.
Do you remember those photos?
I don't independently recollect the actual photographs, but yes, these were photographs that were taken there at the scene.
Okay. And do you know who's handling the body here?
That would be my investigator.
And were you present?
Yes, absolutely. I probably took those photographs.
So you're in charge of the scene.
Yes, if I'm out there, I'm absolutely.
This is 193, 194, 196, 197. These are graphic photos that I'll be putting up. Go ahead. Okay. For members of the family, what do we see in State's Exhibit 193?
This is Griselda Hernandez.
Right now,
my investigator has a hold of her hand.
wait a minute. So right now, y'all, they showing they'll tell you what they're showing at the time, but I think right now Griselda is up on the screen. They're not showing, like, I don't see it, but you can tell that people are looking at it in the courtroom. They asked members of the family if they wanted to leave out and not see him. They showing him sitting at the table pretending like he can't watch him. But yeah, that's what they're doing right now. Good morning, Scorpio. Thanks for joining, sweetie.
Of one of her arms, I believe her right arm.
Are there any injuries sustained to this arm?
Yes, there are injuries. This dark area, you see, if you'll follow the blue gloved finger and go towards the right of the photograph, and you come to a dark crescent-shaped injury. That's what we call a sharp force injury or an incised injury.
Well, you know, I'm going to ask the judge if she can come off the stand so she can show it. Yes, go ahead. Can you come down?
Pointing towards the court reporter and the judge.
Okay.
So she can go in.
Okay, you can just face the jury and make sure the court reporter can hear you. I'm going to give you this pen in order to describe the injuries that the jury can see on there.
Oh,
Without writing on it, just
right. Now I understand what you're asking. Okay, so I'm talking about this injury right here. Okay, so this is a sharp force injury. Just if you were just looking at the photograph without having seen the autopsy report, I can tell you it's a sharp force injury. So caused with something with some kind of sharp blade. It's not a tear. It's more like a cut, if you will, in layman's terms. The rest of this, you're seeing sand. This is sand and dirt from the ground that you're seeing here, and obviously blood that you're seeing in the other areas.
Up here.
Yes, so yes. Okay, so right here, again, you can see another dark, a little bit of a crescent-shaped area. The same thing, it's a cut, if you will. At this point, hard to describe it any further on this photograph. Yeah, it looks like dried blood here. I can't tell from this photograph.
I'm gonna show you now 194.
Okay, this is Griselda's left hand. You're seeing a sharp force injury here, also at the base of the thumb here. And you're seeing just the edge of one right here.
I'm going to show you now 196.
So I believe in this photograph, this is a close-up, so it's a little harder to orient on this photograph. This is obviously her hair, so this is towards her head. This is towards her feet. This appears to be a shoulder area here.
This is not the chest area.
I'm trying to see which way she's turned. Okay. This looks like it right here. Okay, so this is her here. This is her ear, so this will help orient it. The helix of her ear, the cartilaginous part of the ear, and her hair. So she is already turned over, and I guess we're looking at her chest area, and right here you see a sharp wound right here. Okay, so I believe here, this is part of her clothing. Probably looks like a bra strap here, her hair. So I think we're looking, this is her neck.
This is her mouth, correct?
Yes, yes, so we're looking at a jawline right here. In the neck area, and you're seeing a cluster of sharp force injuries. These are consistent in this photograph with stab wounds.
What valuable or what how can I say this? What vital structures
So
are under that neck?
pretty much our lifeline, we have our carotid artery that runs in here. You also have smaller jugular vein, jugular artery, but the carotid artery is the one we are most concerned with when we have injuries to this part of the head.
She's got one directly
In the area, yes.
of where the jugular vein is.
The jugular and the carotid, if it's deep enough. The carotid sits much deeper, but it's in that area.
And I know it was out in the field. Were you able to get a guesstimate of how many stab wounds she had on her?
She had multiple stab wounds. Because of the amount of blood, she did lose a lot of blood externally as opposed to internally. So it was very hard to tell out in the field.
How much blood was there out on that dirt trail?
A lot. She bled externally.
Okay, you said there was also another deceased person.
Good morning, Miss Kay. Thanks for joining, sweetie.
Tell the jury who you found.
So I found her son,
What was his name?
Dominic.
And can you describe his condition, Dominic's condition?
He was in the brush. I carried him out of the brush. What I first noticed is he had an injury to his neck.
Okay.
Again, appeared to be a sharp force.
I don't know if y'all can hear it.
As opposed to a blunt force.
I'm not sure if y'all can hear it or not, but I guess some family may have decided to stay in the courtroom Why they show these images and you can hear him weeping. It's so sad, y'all.
Yeah, I heard it. You
Hold
want
on,
to put the
y'all.
trigger warning up?
Come correct. Talk for a minute, Terry. Call him. I need to answer this. All right.
Alrighty. What y'all doing? Everybody doing all right? Prayers go out to Mookie and the Team Mookie Show backup channel. Prayers to you and your family. Y'all staying out of trouble. I had to fall asleep on y'all last night. After the music stopped, I stopped. hmm E. Brooks, I don't want to hear about you being sleepy. Quit doxing my sleep schedule, E. Brooks. Don't do it. Good morning, Kay Wright. Yeah, Scorpio, E. Brooks said she'll be there to help. She said she'll be there to help. hmm Has anybody seen my Juicy Kim? I can't find her. I just want to know why this man had to do so much stabbing. Like, he couldn't have just suffocated both of them. A Scorpio, make him some Kool-Aid pie. I said, E. Brooks, you gonna help Scorpio. hmm So get to it. Yes, E. Brooks. Emphasis on the word dead. hmm Look, Scorpio, you can do the Kool-Aid pies. They actually pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. Just don't put no Miracle Whip in them. It's Cool Whip. I think they on strike, E. Brooks. I think they on strike. Actually, the Kool-Aid pies are really good. No, they are good. They are really good. Like I made one and my dad and the kids, they love them. I made a strawberry and I made a grape, but I topped it with strawberries and then black grapes. Yeah, they killed it. Good morning, my serious A Virgo from Georgia. And I'm picky, Scorpio. I'm picky, but they were really good. And it's quick. Quick, no mess.
Babe. What you talking about, girl?
We talking about Kool-Aid pies?
Oh, you know what? You know that's a trick. You know what? You know that's a trigger for me.
No,
Hey,
but
Miss Carla.
they're
Hey,
really good.
serious. What?
They're really good.
I don't care, come correct. Why would you bring up a trigger of mine? Trigger warning. Wasting that damn Kool-Aid like that.
Girl.
Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Welcome, everybody. Thank y'all for joining this morning. I appreciate y'all. Sorry for the pause. I had to take a call. So I'm sure they're quicker than making all of these chocolate covered treats. My fingers are still sleeping, and my sister should be ashamed of herself for volunteering my cereal. Look at Eboo talking about me too true. I think that her girl. I'm telling you, girl, this a hot booty mess.
No,
Uh-huh.
Carla Warren, that's not where I got the recipe. Because in their recipe, they was talking about using Miracle Whip.
Not Miracle Whip. Oh yeah. Oh God. Yes, I remember that. Cockroach, you so shady. You don't forget nothing.
No, that's okay. That's
I
okay.
remember that shit.
You use Cool Whip, and it's
It's
really cool, especially if you got a bunch of kids, grandkids that's gonna be around. My
mm-hmm.
dad, my dad, and I think I got one slice of it. And
Mm-hmm.
my dad, I seen strawberry stuff all over the wall.
Mm.
Yeah. But I topped it with some fresh strawberries, and then
Mm-hmm.
the grape one, I did it with some the dark grapes. See,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and it was, girl, it didn't last long at all.
Lord Jesus. You ain't gotta worry about me making no Kool-Aid pies. I ain't gonna be able to do that. Mm-mm.
I'm gonna make one and send it to you.
Don't make me come looking for you. Cause I'll be
Mm,
there. I
I
know where
wel-
you at.
I welcome everyone.
I know. You're a heathen. All
Hmm.
right, y'all. Let's- this is getting interesting for me anyway. I hope y'all enjoying it as well. Like I say, thank you everybody for joining. I appreciate y'all spending y'all Saturday morning with me. I know this is a little different from my normal, but like I said, I want to get this. I want to get caught up. So y'all be sure to hit that like button if you don't mind, and feel free to support the channel. Okay. And for those that just joined, we are listening to Miss Corrine Stern. She's a chief medical examiner, and she's testifying about the bodies and the injuries and things of that nature. Okay. All right, here we go.
Worst type injury, you're seeing it on the left side of his neck. Also in that area that we're very concerned with, where the carotid artery runs.
This injury to Dominic, could that be a fatal injury?
Yes,
It's almost the same injury that his mother had?
it's in the same area as that cluster of stab wounds that she had to her neck.
So ultimately, that stab wound to her artery, her jugular vein would have killed her also.
Yes, without immediate medical attention.
Do you remember any other injuries that this little baby had to his body?
Yes.
Detail
I pulled up his shirt and he had a sharp force injury to his chest.
Well, describe that injury that you saw was in his chest.
Again, a sharp force injury, consistent with having been caused with something with a blade on it, what we call, in layman's terms, a cut, not a blunt force injury, but a sharp force injury.
Would that be fair to say that it would have been above the heart or around the heart?
Yes,
area?
in the area of where the heart is underneath.
I'm going to show you 456, State's Exhibit 456.
This is how I found him.
Okay. And what do we see here?
So he is lying supine, which is just a fancy word which means on the back. And you see the injury to.
Okay, so listen, they're showing the visual, right? Of the prosecutor side, in which of course is the family. So it is quite a few family members sitting there watching this, and they're showing them with their injuries and everything. Now, if y'all can recall the sister Angelica, I hit the wrong thing. Angelica, she's one of the ones that's in the courtroom, and she's literally breaking down. That's probably who y'all hear weeping. Damn it. Hold on, y'all. I pushed my talk to speak thing on my text, and it's saying it's writing everything I'm saying. Hold on. Anywho, that's the sister that we listened to testify, and she's the one that's breaking down in the courtroom, looking at the images. They having to console her right now. Okay, let's listen.
Up close in the other photograph, I pulled up his shirt right there because I was concerned with the amount of what appeared to be blood on the front of his shirt.
Good morning, Miss Tia.
It was interesting. Did you observe any cuts or holes in the shirt?
I can't remember. I just can't recall.
And do you remember him having a lot of blood also?
Well, in the area, not to the degree that his mother had, but his clothing was saturated.
Sure. So he had 2 wounds.
Yes, that I could see at that time, to the neck and to the center of his chest.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. When you say you found her in a, is it a prone position, you said? Is that,
Yes,
and that means face down?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been introduced already as 186. This is how this is how you found her.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with the term lividity?
Yes.
And can you please explain?
Morning, just Kim.
So lividity is the settling of blood after somebody dies, and so your blood will settle to the dependent portions. So somebody who dies on their back, the lividity, this coloration will be on the back. And if somebody dies face down or on the abdomen, we'll see the lividity on the front, except in areas exposed to pressure. Because what lividity is blood pools in the vessels. And so after somebody dies, you see all that blood pooling is like a reddish purple discoloration of the skin. One of the first things we do when we get to a scene is we take our thumb and we press it in that lividity. And if you've ever had a sunburn and you press it really hard, it turns white, it blanches. So we want to see if the lividity is blanching. So if the lividity is blanching, that means the lividity is unfixed. And so the decedent's probably been dead less than 6 to 8 hours. If we press into the lividity and it's fixed, it doesn't blanch, then the decedent's probably been dead more than 6 to 8 hours. There are not a lot of things that affect lividity. So it's really the best tool we have at the time of the scene to put the time of death in a certain time frame.
Let me ask you, I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 413, based on your and this has already been admitted also, based on your expert opinion. Can you tell us what this appears to be?
Well, this photograph's kind of difficult because of the way the light, this was taken at the Nueces County Medical Examiner. No,
Can you come?
it's not your light. It is your light.
It is the light.
Yes.
So there's a glare. There's a glare, and that's why, Your Honor, she can step down, it's distorted. But,
Okay.
can you see?
Yeah, so there's no lividity to her back, okay, because she didn't die on her back, she died face down. Now, if the lividity is not fixed and you turn the individual before it's fixed, it will shift. Okay, and it did not shift. So the lividity was probably fixed at the time of that she was found.
So what is this indicate? Would she have been on her back or on her side?
Well, she could have been a little bit to her right side, and depending on how her skin folded, we can see some lividity there. That's not concerning. What's concerning is here that she doesn't have lividity to her back.
So she may have been on.
Yeah, she may have been a little bit more to one side than the other.
Okay, thank you. This is another picture, Your Honor, that's also graphic, and you described the injury. You said that maybe Dominic had to his sternum. Is that?
Yes, to the mid portion of his chest.
I'm going to show you 451. And is that the injury that you said was a puncture?
That's a stab wound.
That's a stab. And what kind of object would cause that type of stab?
Something consistent with a knife. We can see the majority of stab wounds we see are caused by knives, but we can see them with screwdrivers or other sharp objects. But the point is, it's a sharp force injury.
Now, the full autopsy, was it performed by you in this case?
No, it was not.
Okay, what if anything did you do with the bodies?
So I had an obligation to speak at a Border Patrol conference that next day, and because of the severity of these deaths, we didn't want to postpone the autopsies, and so I have a colleague in Corpus Christi that will cover for me when I'm out. So we did transport the decedents to our office. They were put in cold refrigeration and then transported in the morning to the Nueces County Medical Examiner's office in Corpus Christi.
And just for the record, you did pronounce Griselda Hernandez dead?
Yes.
You did pronounce Dominic Alexander Hernandez dead?
Yes.
And based on your experience, what was the cause of the death?
Multiple sharp force injuries or multiple stab wounds.
Would this be fair to be described as a homicide?
Oh, yes, sir.
At any time did you receive, so the bodies go to Dr. Fernandez?
Yes.
And what happens after he?
Hello, Trey.
Why in the hell are you up already?
You not speaking? Or maybe I can't hear you
Huh?
yet.
Why your ass up already?
Trey, listen. I've been up, sir.
That's what I'm saying. Why?
I got a good night's rest. I don't need about 4 hours, Trey. You know that.
I just woke up. I don't even remember passing out.
Well,
Fuck.
that's because you passed out on live, sir.
That's why I'm asking, why in the fuck are you up already?
Child, I done got up, did some laundry, done cleaned up, and done started prepping my. What are you doing? Like, why are you wasting time? Why are you wasting hours out the day, sir?
Because I'm kid.
I have done more this
I don't
morning
have to get
than
up
most
and
people
do
gonna do
nothing.
all day.
This is not right. What the hell? How long you been like?
Don't act like that. Don't do that.
I thought you was sleeping in today.
Well, actually, a normal person, if I were normal, I would have slept in because look, didn't have grandbabies, all from the grandmama duty today. You would think I would have slept in, but I can't sleep in when there's things to do, Trey.
Let's see how long your live was last night, damn it.
It wasn't that long, Trey. It was not that night. 4 hours, that was it.
So there was like 1 o'clock, okay. And so you got off at like 1 or 2?
I got off like 1 something. Actually, I got off live, had to, and still was up because Terry had a whole rant last night, had a whole episode, so I had to handle that. You feel me? Then I think I may have laid down, did a little, did the nasty and stuff, and then went to sleep. But I was back up. I was back up at like, what was it 6:08?
Oh, hell no. I don't know what was going on. The 608, 708, or 808.
Well, you deserve to sleep in because you ain't have baby Petty knocking you over the head this morning. So you did good. You did good. See, you needed to sleep in. I was good. So, did you have fun last night? Cause you pay, and I need you to go back. Was you awake when Trinidad hit the link?
No comment. Yeah, I was. The lady, cause remember I had was you asked me to help walk her through how to get in.
Yes.
Now,
Okay, yeah. So you did catch
I don't know if I was up the entire time she was there.
Right. So yeah, you may have passed out. Okay, so but this is the thing. I need you to go back and I need you to I need you to read the chat. If there were predictions on what you were doing,
Oh, yeah, y'all ain't shit. I already heard about
we are Brooks, and you've been knowing that. You've been knowing that. Old freaks.
I think you started it with did he ever say what he was eating? You started the shit.
I asked an innocent question. It was so innocent.
Margie and Miss Gloria, everybody ain't your friend, everybody ain't your partner.
Baby, it was some answers in that chat. I know I saw Coochie. I did see Coochie in the chat. Trey, that's your fault. You came on Mike with something, your mouth was full of something. And we weren't there. We don't know what you were doing. Then you got ghosts. Hey.
I was eating my Philly cheesesteak tater tots and pizza.
Well, that's what you tell us. We don't know. Hey, Slay. All we know is you disappeared, sir. You were like a ghost in the wind, sir. That's all I'm gonna say. So, welcome to this morning. I didn't even expect you to hit the link. You do know Gabe got his 200 subs last night. Do you remember that?
No, he should have had that before the show started. He only needed 8.
I don't think he did, because I think he got him while we was in the live. But he got him. He got him. He was so excited. Trey, you just missed everything.
Y'all
Damn.
be all right. I was I was there in spirit.
Don't nobody want to hear nothing about that damn spirit.
You got spirit. Yeah.
And we ain't gonna talk about I ain't gonna be too messy. Just go watch it for yourself. I ain't gonna be too messy. That's not me. I'm not a messy person like that. E Brooks.
I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back, heathen. Welcome back, girl. Your heathen brother up here trying to make excuses for disappearing last night.
Trey, was you eating a mango?
My mango is not in the city, so no, I wasn't eating no mangoes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's good news, sir. I'm glad you was being on your best behavior. I'm so proud of you.
He said he passed out. He said yes, you are, Brooks. You messing. You shady. He said he passed out. Heathen. That's what he say.
That's good. He got some rest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So he say. We're gonna leave it at that.
Y'all know I like me some tequila and some everything.
You wasn't on the kilo last night, was
Y'all know I like me some kilo and
you? Ain't
some
that
everything
wrong?
and some good old red hair sis.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You deserve to chill out. You baby free. How long you gonna be baby free?
Oh, just till tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I know she wasn't gonna be gone too long. First of all, I said no to being 31 days in June. You never get me. Oh God, Ebro. You know what? Boo hoo, Ebro. Boo hoo. Damn it, man.
True, true.
True. You sound just like her too.
True, true.
That's how Ebro. All right, Trey,
Don't
get
say
into this
that true.
conversation. What
Don't
you
say that
say?
true. Don't say that true.
Girl, you sound just like that woman.
Don't do that Morse voice.
Oh, come caress. You crazy. Oh my God, come caress. Will you get Juicy Kim? She's not understanding me. Yes.
E Brooks, you gonna take that?
That's scary. She sounds just like her. Ooh, that's weird. You've been talking to E-Books too long, girl. That's weird.
That's my sis. That's my little sis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Here we go. Let's listen.
Performed the autopsies.
My investigators an autopsy text from our office stayed with the decedents while they were there. When the autopsies were finished, they brought them back to my office.
And then you prep the bodies once they're here for order to be.
Yes, they were prepped they were prepped, meaning we clean them and make sure they're ready to be released to the funeral home. So they were brought back to her office while we awaited for the family to make funeral arrangements.
And that was going to be done in this case.
Yes.
Prior to doing that, do you ever remember coming into contact with an Angelica Hernandez?
Yes.
Well, hello, clown. Y'all know I can't hear you.
I can't hear him either.
He might be on mute. Clown? I thought he was working. I hope that's a clown. I think it is.
Good
I got a
morning.
band.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
I thought you were working, sir.
Yeah, I had to drive somewhere, but now I'm back. That's why I
You
leave
be
early.
moving.
That's why I leave early in the morning. No traffic, no nothing, and I can get back here quickly.
Yeah, you be moving. You be
Traffic,
moving.
traffic in Houston is 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm. You how you feeling this morning?
Good, good.
That's good. We listening to the medical. Have you been listening?
No, I no reception, and then when I got back, I had to do a bunch of things.
Oh, okay. Well, we're listening to the chief medical examiner.
Did they say
Pretty
the
interesting.
Did they say the poison?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
She's talking about
The
oh,
scene.
excuse me. She's talking about the injuries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they showing the pictures and stuff. Of course, I can't see them, but they can see them in the courtroom. They showing the pictures of the injuries and things of that nature.
Yeah, all I found was the picture of the road with the blood stain.
Oh, okay. If you can put that up, and I'll put that up. But other than that, we just gonna listen. It's pretty sad.
But I got a question real quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, that's the first time that I've ever heard a medical examiner just
I
give
could
a
barely hear
general.
you for some reason. Is my volume up? Cause I was hearing you good. Go ahead, come correct.
What about now?
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Um, like when they asked the medical examiner about the stab wounds, um, she just gave general
Hmm.
information. She didn't say like there were 20 stab wounds found
Yeah,
on.
she did, and I noticed that as well. She didn't say how many. She just said multiple.
Yeah.
Well, the only time she would differ from that is if you're finding two different knives.
Mm,
So if they're saying that it's the same knife and there was multiple stab wounds, because I think they're generalizing how many. There's probably more than 27, but again, you can't really. The medical examiner will be able to tell after examination, but the only time they really go into detail is if there's two different knives or two different objects that made the incision.
Yeah, I remember when they asked, cause that's what something else she was general about. They asked her how much blood or whatever, and she said a lot. Well, there you
yeah.
go. There you go, right there.
I mean, I can understand that, but when they examine the bodies,
And
they
clean them up and stuff. They usually count the
right,
wounds. Maybe somebody
right.
else might testify to that, cause
And then
they got another examiner coming up too. So
Well,
maybe
she may be the primary, mean the initial examiner when she came into the uh, uh, morgue,
what? Mm-hmm.
and her job is to basically clean up the body.
yeah, because
Oh, okay.
she's the boss. So
Yeah,
maybe somebody that works under her like
yeah,
did the counting of the wounds and da 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 da.
and most likely she's the one that went out to the scene.
She did.
Yes, she
She
did.
did.
So
She did.
so her responsibility is to gather the body, make sure everything is there, bring the body back, clean it up, and then the next day or an hour or so later, a pathologist will come in and do the examination. So she may not have actually assisted in the autopsy itself, except for the
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
initial part that
Because she
she's.
did say the body was sent for autopsy and then came
Mhm.
back to her.
Yes.
So the person that
So
did the autopsy, he may be the one that testifies to those wounds
yeah. So
Okay.
her job is basically to say the victim is dead.
pronounced.
Right.
Yep.
I'm
Right.
Yep.
pronouncing her dead. She's dead. And then making sure that everything is gathered that needs to be gathered as far as pathology goes, and then
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
getting everything securely, because the chain of custody, once they hand the body to the coroner, the chain of custody goes from her, and then she releases it to whoever is the attendant in the morgue to
Mm-hmm.
properly secure the body.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So the police turn the body over to her. She acknowledges it. She signs off that she's receiving the body. Then they transport the body back to the morgue. Then they clean her up to make sure that there isn't something like weird going on. Like, okay, because remember, they're looking for something. So they need the initial autopsy to be, okay, was it a gunshot? Are we looking for a gun? Or what are we looking for? And then if she goes, it's something lacerated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll call back out and go, okay, I looked at the body. There's no extra. It's only a knife or only something um, uh, lacerated that will cut
I'm
the skin.
curious. I'm curious to hear about the knife. What type of knife he used, or what did he use? If it was a knife,
Well,
but I'm thinking it was.
I don't. It couldn't. Well, he jumped her, so it wouldn't. It could be anything. Like I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
if he walked up on her, he had this big giant knife on him. She might run,
Mm-hmm.
but because he jumped out at the bushes at her and surprised her, because they're saying it definitely was a surprise attack. Because
Mm-hmm.
usually you could tell, and most time a surprise attack is in your back
Mm-hmm.
and or lower extremities. A lot of people don't get stabbed up top on a surprise
Right.
Right.
attack because your initial move is to put your arms up
I'm
and
done.
and,
Right.
Right.
and block. But she did have defensive wounds. But if she was stabbed in the back, he surprised her.
Yeah. Coward.
Yeah, it could have been a knife or a screwdriver. Because a lot of times, what the biggest problem when it's knives is because you're constantly moving and a knife cuts. You could never really tell. The only time you could is if it's serrated, because it has
Mm-hmm.
a different cut. A serrated knife will give a different cut
Mm-hmm.
than a single blade sharp knife. Now a screwdriver, it's just punctures. It's just punctures. There's no cuts. It's a puncture wound, and a small knife will also give a puncture wound look because it's a small blade. It might cut a little bit, but it's more puncture, where a big knife will cut in.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason she probably said it could have been a knife or a screwdriver is because they were puncture wounds and not lacerations. Because remember,
Wow.
when a knife you slash, you can slash.
Mm-hmm.
So once it enters, it cuts. Where a puncture wound is just straight down, just straight down. What is
Yeah.
Gloria?
Yeah.
What is Gloria laughing at? Is Gloria late to the party? What's going on?
I ain't no telling with Miss Glory. That's my Miss
No,
Glory. You leave her alone.
she probably behind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she probably. Yeah, I put in the chat for Miss Glory to catch you.
yeah. I was like, I know I say funny things, but I wasn't talking funny that time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go on. Let me hear the chief. She's the chief. So her title is probably chief pathologist.
No, her title is chief medical examiner.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so okay. There's a chief medical examiner who's in charge of the entire uh, uh, morgue area, and then there's a
Mm-hmm.
chief pathologist who's in charge of the autopsies, and he has other people that perform autopsies. So,
Mm-hmm.
but she may have been the one on call that day, meaning she was the one working that day to go out to crime scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, let's listen, y'all. Let's listen to some more.
How did you come back into contact with her?
Angelica is Dominic's aunt, and she showed up at my office. I believe it was on the Friday morning after they had come back, and she had requested to speak to me, which I did, and she had some concerns about Dominic.
Okay, is that unusual? for something
It's
like
not
that?
very common for that to happen.
Okay. And what was her main concern?
That a couple of weeks prior to this, that Dominic had sustained some type of injury, and she wanted to know if I could put a second set of eyes on him and look at it and give my opinion on it.
Okay. And when you say second set of eyes, that's to give it another exam, another look at?
Yes.
And what specifically was she concerned with?
So she had some photographs she had taken on her cell phone about an injury on one of Dominic's thighs. And that's what she was concerned with. It was what she described as a puncture type wound. And I agreed to pull him out and take a look at it.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit 44. Is that consistent with what you were just describing?
Yes.
And 484.1?
Yes.
Okay. And she also had 463?
Yes.
So you go back and you pull baby Dominic out?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you do, if you can tell the jury?
So I look at this is the front or the anterior surface of his left thigh. And I look to see if I can see a wound there. Dr. Fernandez obviously has already seen that because he had made an incision into that area.
Do you remember her at all indicating to you what, if anything, the initial impression was of that wound?
Yes, they thought this was a spider bite. She did explain to me as soon as Dominic, as soon as they saw it, and I believe he was being fussy about it. It was painful that they immediately took him to get some medical attention.
So she relates to you that 2 weeks earlier, they experiences what they thought was a spider bite, but now that he's dead, she's concerned that it's not.
That's correct.
What, if anything, do you
Hey,
find
Tanya. Okay, boo.
regarding this concern?
So when I look at the wound, it appears to be a puncture wound. My first impression, it looks like an injection site. That's just what it looks like something caused by the...
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say? This woman looked at this baby leg and say she saw an injection site. Let's see what else she say.
or the needle. I cut further into this wound and the tissue down deep into the muscle was necrotic. That means it was dead.
Okay, so you go into the thigh deep and make a cut?
Yes.
When you say how do you know it's dead? How does it?
Well, because I know what necrotic tissue looks like.
How does it look?
It's black. It's a deep purple black. It's dead tissue. I ended up blocking out the whole skin with the wound down deep into the muscle, and I kept the big incisional biopsy, put it in my negative 80-degree freezer where it still sits today.
And based on your experience at this time, is it looking like a spider bite?
No, it is not.
You say that he has necrosis of subcutaneous tissue. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
That just means the tissue underneath the skin. So
Okay.
right underneath the
Hold
skin,
on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, now this is in hindsight because basically his aunt told her what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor wouldn't be able to see that dead tissue. Now he may be able to feel it, meaning it's going to be because dead tissue
Hard.
is hard and rigid, meaning it has edges, and that's how they normally, because I've in bodybuilding, one of the big things is flesh-eating bacteria. A lot of people don't know that in bodybuilding, a lot of them contract flesh-eating bacteria, which it ends up killing the tissue. And it's usually in the injection sites that you get this. And it's because that steroids are so poorly made and they're not regulated in the United States as far as for human use. The injectables that bodybuilders use, that it's very poorly regulated, and it's usually smuggled in. So it's not something that's coming through the FDA or coming from somewhere. So anything coming out of Mexico is not rigidly tested, and a lot of them carry bacteria in them because it's not a sterile environment as we know.
Right.
So the injection site is where the bacteria will grow, and the tissue ends up dying. So you get like later on, if you're not dealing with it, it becomes like a sunken hole because all the tissue around that area has died and it can no longer support. So it becomes almost like I've seen golf size, like inside, like where it just drops down. So you don't know until you start really getting into it, and a lot of times they have to cut it open to see how far down it goes.
I get that.
So
I
mean,
get that.
in the doctor's defense, if he's not looking for that as an injection, he doesn't know. But again, it seems like the needle, wherever he injected this, if it's poison, is where the tissue started dying. So it was deep in there, because she said she had to cut, deep in there to get it, and then she removed it. So that little pock mark right there, she had to cut around that and go deep in there to see the dead tissue.
Yeah.
So, and if she has it, they've tested it, so they know exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's why I want.
The next question is going to be, so what is it? What is it? What did you find did this? Watch, it's coming. May not be immediate, but it's coming.
I hope so, because I want to know.
Go ahead.
All right.
When the initial incision was made by Dr. Fernandez, he saw hemorrhage, hematoma. It's just means like a bruise underneath the skin. If you've ever had blood drawn before and then it gets puffy and blue, something similar to that. But I went much deeper down into the tissue, and below that area, the muscle was necrotic.
Did you see anything that would have resembled, and I'm going to show you what's been introduced already as 497, anything that would have resembled, spider bite infection on the surface?
No, this isn't a spider bite. There's nothing on the skin surrounding this wound. All the damage to the tissue is subcutaneous. If you have a spider bite from a brown recluse, you get a lot of necrotic skin. You actually see it on the skin, and it's called like a developing wound, if you will. It starts in the center and it just gradually goes out and gets bigger and bigger. There wasn't anything on the outside of his skin. We think of black widow bite, the same thing. We're going to see something on the outside of the skin, and I have to put my glasses. Yeah, so it's just showing you black widow, brown recluse bites. By the way, you rarely die from these, but you can be very, very ill from them. But absolutely no indication that there was any kind of trauma to the outside of the skin. And sometimes, especially in a black widow bite, you can see the two little fang marks. And he definitely did not have that.
On 49.1, it's consistent with what you just described more as a puncture.
Didn't we say that? We should go to work for these people.
You know what? Maybe we should.
Absolutely. Wouldn't they be able to tell? wouldn't they be able to tell how long that puncture mark had been there?
I mean, they could tell, but the sister they could pretty much pinpoint it because of the doctor's visits and the hospital visits. They pretty much know when it happened that first time they met at the park. But yeah, they should be.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure they should be able to tell.
Well, I don't think they could tell how long the muscle had been dead, because remember she said the muscle
Yeah, the muscle
was dead. That's why he couldn't walk, because the muscle in his leg was
was
dead.
dead. Mm,
He was just dragging a limb around, and he couldn't stand up because he had no strength in that muscle. So
right.
he couldn't stand up. So he was crawling, but probably dragging that leg behind him because he couldn't move it because it was in his thigh,
Mhm. Mhm.
and
That's bad.
that's why his foot was cold, because the tissue's dead. So there's not that much blood going down to the ankle or the
And
foot.
so, say for instance, had he not been killed, you know, his leg probably would have been no good. Like eventually, his
But
leg.
the other thing is that dead tissue could start traveling if it breaks off, and if that dead tissue gets into the bloodstream, it could cause a clot in his brain.
Mhm.
It could cause a clot in his heart. It could
Mhm.
cause a clot in your lungs. There's a lot of things that could have happened if that was not treated and removed, because
Mhm.
eventually that dead tissue is going to start to flake off.
Right.
It's going to start to flake off. It's dead, but it grows. Whenever there's dead tissue, the other tissue around the dead tissue then
Gets
starts
infected.
to
It's like a
die.
basket of apples. Like you got one
Yeah.
rotten apple, and then eventually, if you let that
Mhm.
rotten apple stay in there, those other apples are gonna go. They're gonna become rotten as well.
Yeah. So dead tissue grows out. So where that
Mhm.
needle punctured the muscle, and that poison, whatever it was, entered that thigh, it
Mhm.
started as a small speck and then worked its way out. And
Yeah.
eventually, once you cut the blood flow off to one section of the muscle, it's
Mhm.
blocking another section of the muscle. So that muscle begins to die, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Mhm.
Where they would have had to eventually cut his leg off,
Exactly.
because the rest of
If
his,
they had
yeah,
caught it.
if
Mhm.
they had caught it, if that doctor had caught it in the beginning when they first brought him in, it probably wouldn't have been that bad. He would have had some muscle loss, but it wouldn't have been that bad,
Right.
because she's saying she's got a good size tissue sample in her lab right now,
Mhm.
which means she removed a good portion of his thigh,
Mm. Mm.
because she's looking for tissue that's not all the way dead, because once the tissue is dead, it's difficult to extract the poison, because the tissue's dead, it's not living anymore. So,
Mhm.
but she's looking for some portion that is in the beginning stages of dying, and then she'd be able to figure out exactly what was injected into that
Mhm.
muscle.
All right, y'all. Let's listen.
It's a puncture wound.
Okay, so,
This is blown up, just so you realize, you're looking at a very magnified photograph.
um, once you have this information and this opinion, what do you do? What action do you take, if any?
So I asked her where she initially took Dominic, and where his mom had taken Dominic, and what did they do? And initially she told me they did take him to the doctor's hospital and they did draw some blood. So I picked up the phone and called doctor's hospital to see if they still had his blood sample. And unfortunately they did not. Too much time had elapsed.
So, given the fact that the injury was 15 days prior, the blood that they had drawn from him was gone.
That's correct.
there was really nothing further that could be tested, right?
That's correct.
Now, given your expertise and saying that this is a puncture wound, what would more than likely be the culprit or the cause?
That he was injected with something.
Okay. Do you ever remember talking to the detectives in this case and giving them instructions?
I did, and I told them this looked to me to be consistent with a large bore needle. And did they find any evidence at the scene of any large bore needles?
Okay. Did you come to find out that in his personal belongings they found needles?
In his personal belongings?
In the personal belongings of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aguilas?
Yes, I was told later.
Okay. Based on your recommendation, can you describe what this is?
That's a syringe. Okay, so that's what we attach the needle to.
So that's where the liquid goes in?
Yes.
Whatever liquid you're gonna inject? And what is this?
That's a large bore needle. By the color of it, it should be an 18 gauge, but sometimes we see them, it's across the industry, everything's color coded. So that's probably an 18 gauge needle.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 352. And I can approach.
Okay, so okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, because he has 18 gauge needles in his possession. It's telling me one of two things. 18 gauge is almost you can shoot steroids with 18 gauge. It's difficult because steroids is so thick. Now, testosterone, on the other hand, it's not as easy with 18 gauge, but it's fairly doable. So most likely he was taking testosterone.
Why would he inject?
Unless he's no, I don't think he injected testosterone into that child, because testosterone, it would have done something, but it wouldn't kill the tissue.
Mm-hmm.
So it was something else. But I'm saying the reason he had the 18 gauge,
Oh, the reason
why he still had the 18 gauge was because he was taking some sort of enhancement, which was probably.
Oh, Tanya, I'm sorry to hear that. Your father-in-law. Oh, okay. Yeah. He got cut at the park and it went untreated. It got infected and got in his blood. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's and once you go septic, it's very difficult for them to do anything for you.
I'm telling you, I know for a fact. That's why my Tony he's blessed.
Yes, because it's not an easy procedure to.
Oh my God, he was on 3 antibiotics
simultaneously.
I try to get it out, but yeah, 3 antibiotics for days,
which fucks you up altogether because you don't know whether you're coming or going.
Yeah,
half the time. But once you go, like, if you can catch septic in the early stages.
Go ahead and talk. I got a phone call, okay?
Okay. If you can catch septic in the early stages, you have a way better chance. But if it's full blown and it's been in your system for days, it's a losing battle. They're gonna try everything they can, but most likely they're gonna tell your family that it doesn't look good. Yeah, and a lot of times people, especially in the military, because the places I've been, it's not that easy to get things treated, and you have to rely on the corpsman that he can do his magic. Because I've seen people lose fingers, feet, because of rusty nails and being cut, and then that gets infected, and then they're not carrying full medical kits, and then by the time they figure it out, they're flying them out and come back and they got no foot. Come correct, you got anything?
This is just I don't know, that needle part out of all of this is
Well,
still
he'd
weird to
be.
me.
See, the thing is, he'd be stupid. Why would he
As far as
still be carrying around an 18 gauge needle? That tells me that he's doing some sort of enhancement drug, testosterone, steroids. Those are the two basic ones that most people use.
but
And
I'm still confused as to the timeline of this needle injection.
it's been weeks because they've been to the doctor 3 times or 2 times about the needle. So
Okay,
it's
so
been at least 3 or 4 weeks since he was injected with whatever he was injected with.
okay, so this park incident, was that the first time he saw the baby?
Yes, that was his first time meeting the
Okay.
child. She brought him. He said he was out there playing basketball. Could you bring the baby? And she did. But the thing is that while he was playing basketball, she, uh, she was like, "All right, I got to get something." And I guess she was going to leave with the baby. He's like, "No, no, I'll hold him." And he was holding the baby while she went back to the car. So
Okay.
sometime between her walking over to the car and coming back, he injected him with that needle. Now they said that where her car was and where they found her was a 15-minute walk.
Mm.
Yeah,
So
Tanya, that's true. A small cut. See, infection is infection, and once it get in your bloodstream, that's when it gets bad.
yeah, and there's no antibiotic. Once it gets into your bloodstream and it starts getting into like tissue areas and things like that, there's really nothing that can be done. Short of a transfusion
Oh
because
yeah,
the
dialysis and
yeah
things of that nature.
dialysis, which cleans
Pretty
your
much
blood.
clean your blood.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
know, I know, I
Yep.
know, I
Yep.
know
Yep.
They
too
need to
well.
put him under the jail. Jab
Yep.
him with a couple of screwdrivers.
Prior to that, Sonya, he injected that baby the first time he saw him at 18 months. It was his first time seeing that baby at 18 months, and he tried to kill him. That's what this low life did. Yeah. And the second time he saw him, he killed him.
Well, I have the letter that child support sent him.
Do you then?
Yeah, I found that.
Put that up. Well, maybe we'll get into that when we get into it. But
Oh,
ooh,
okay. Yeah, but I
come
found
on, come on with the
I
with
found
the paperwork, child.
yeah, I'm scouring the videos, the other videos of the trial, and they putting up all kinds of shit,
They
and
need to.
I'm getting them all.
And I got a feeling this dude know he pretty much done.
Well,
I got a feeling he pretty much know he done.
but you could tell by the defense that they know this that he's guilty. Well, we kind of figured he's guilty. We're just trying to keep him from getting killed.
Mm.
We're trying to just get him life in prison.
And that's how some cases go though. Like when it be a death penalty trial, it depends on the evidence. They pretty much the defense be pretty much working just for him not to get a death penalty. Just give him life. We know he guilty. He know he guilty. He did it. Can we just get life? You know what I mean? That's how they be sometimes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they because they're putting up no kind of fight. I mean, none
Nothing.
whatsoever. I mean, the
Not so
defense.
far.
What are you paying these dudes for to get up for 5 minutes at a time?
Hmm.
And then you're like, all right, here we go. Nothing further, Your Honor. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
What the
Hey, Abraham Lincoln just, oh my God, he's amazing. I'm just saying. All right, y'all, let's listen to some more. This is getting good. Thank y'all for joining me this morning again. I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank y'all for joining me. I appreciate it. Y'all, please be sure to hit the like button. Also, feel free to hit the cash app and support the channel.
Happy birthday, Ricky.
Oh, thank you, Trey. Thank you. I got my cake.
Ah, not your cake.
With my 22 candles on it.
Not 22 candles. Child.
I I
To a
object,
life,
Your
a life
Honor. I
imprisonment is a
object.
death
Why
sentence if you kill
why are you
spouse.
objecting? Stop objecting.
I object.
Oh, right. To the
We
22.
need
Mm.
receipts. We need receipts of the 22.
Yes, sir. We need clips. Can you play the clip?
You know damn well I could make them.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Okay, so this is a syringe and appears to have a needle already on this one. This is a large bore needle.
You see this, you have the number of.
I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 352 is it looks like a 3 mil syringe with a needle attached.
What size of needle?
This is I can't tell by looking at this, I'm sorry.
Okay, but then, nonetheless, there is a needle.
Yes,
And what about, states 351?
This is just the needle. This appears to be an 18 gauge needle.
And what does that mean for the jury?
It's a large bore needle. In other words, the tip of the needle that goes in is large, as opposed to a tiny needle like in a tuberculin syringe that you put under your skin, a tiny needle. This is a very large needle, such as the type of needle we use to draw blood after somebody dies.
Could either type of these needles, any needle of this type, cause the subcutaneous necrosis that you saw?
It can cause the bleeding, the bruising, but the needle itself is not going to cause necrosis unless it's contaminated with something.
So in other words, whatever liquid may have been inside the syringe.
More than likely cause this.
But just to be clear, there was never any detection or analysis done to determine what, if anything, was injected into
That's
the body.
correct.
Just that he suffered a puncture.
That's correct.
So wait, they never sent it out in the lab to find out what it was?
I don't know.
That's what he just asked. So there was
She said it was in the freezer when a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah, there was no
I don't
analysis.
understand why they wouldn't though. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
And I still don't hear any objections.
Oh no.
Like, where is this line of questioning going? Like what are you trying to establish here about this puncture wound that's there? What are you trying to establish? Not one objection has come out yet. I don't think he's objected to anything.
He hasn't.
He probably hasn't he's probably holding his strength. Oh, I need to gather some strength so I can make an objection. Nothing? No, you're not going to say objection to anything? Ridiculous.
Not so far. Not so far.
All right, let's hear. She says she has a hypothesis of what this chemical was that did this.
Now, I know you've removed the
Okay, come correct.
portion of that square of skin, right? Did you try to send it anywhere to get tested?
Well, we have to know what to test it for. It is still sitting in the minus 80-degree freezer. There's thousands of things we could test for, and it's not feasible. We consumed the whole specimen, so we needed some some index of suspicion.
Basically, she's saying they didn't test it because they don't know the test for it. That's weird to me. Like, I
Well,
don't.
because well, okay. What she's saying right there is that it's not feasible, meaning we already know that the knife or the wounds killed him, not the whatever's
And
in his
maybe that's
leg.
why they're not. Maybe that's why they're not interested in trying to figure out what that was.
I think so, but the prosecutor is trying to get them to admit that something happened and that he is the one that injected him, because
Right.
that's the only reason the prosecutor is continually going down this line, because they questioned the aunt about this wound in his leg. Now they're questioning the coroner about this wound in his leg. So she just said, we didn't test it. Sorry, but we didn't test it because we thought it wasn't feasible, or we didn't want to spend the money to figure out what this was, because it's not the cause of death.
Facts.
The cause of death is he had his throat slit and he was stabbed in the chest. That was pretty cut and clear that this is what killed the child, not whatever's in his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sad, because the prosecution wants them to admit that there was something going on to show that he
I think the not testing part probably got a lot to do with money. They feel like it would be a waste of money since, like you said, now had that been the cause of his death, then maybe. But since it,
or
yeah,
it could have led to his death, or it
right,
could have basically been part of his death, because
right,
the thing is, if you have cancer and then you have a gunshot wound to your chest, they're like, well, yeah, he had cancer, but we didn't really go into that because the gunshot wound killed him.
facts.
And for us to test what kind of cancer he had was ridiculous, because that's not what killed him.
Facts. Yeah.
Some substance to be able to test it, and that was never found.
So in other words, there was never a substance to be able to compare it to ask to look for.
That's correct.
A pestilence.
How are you? Good.
All right, here come old Abe Lincoln, and I hope y'all can understand him, because his speech, I mean, like, this man should be retired 3 times. I did put a picture up of him. Let me show y'all old Abe. This is the defense attorney, y'all. He's about to cross-examine. Let's see. Oh boy, and his speech is like mumbled. Hold on. Why come I don't see his photo? Did I take it down? I may have. I got everybody but him up here. Oh, Abe, I think I deleted you, Abe. Okay, well. All right, here we go, y'all.
I'll find it.
Okay, thank you. Right, Tanya. Right. See, you can't even understand. Oh my God, you can't even understand him. This is ridiculous.
That's correct.
Do you recall approximately what date that was?
I believe, just off the top of my head, it was a Friday morning. So it would have been maybe the Friday morning after he died. He was already back at my office and I was already back in town, but it was early in the morning.
Well, that would have been maybe about 5 days after the murder.
I don't think it was that long, but somewhere in the neighborhood, I would say, of 3 days maybe.
And prior to your examination of the one on Dominique's leg, Annette Hernandez told you that she thought that the wound was caused by an injection. correct?
Yeah, she was concerned that he may have been injected in his thigh.
Did you review the medical records of Dr. Antonio Rodriguez pertaining to Dominique's wound?
Yes, eventually. We did not have them at that point, but eventually, yes, we did obtain his medical records.
And Dr. Rodriguez's diagnosis was that the wound was caused by an insect bite, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion to review the medical records from the doctor's hospital pertaining to Dominique's?
Yes, we did receive those as well.
And the physicians at doctor's hospital also diagnosed that the wound as an insect bite.
That's correct.
But you disagree with those?
After I saw the wound myself, I tend to disagree with that diagnosis because there's no reaction on the skin itself.
And you took a tissue sample, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do any type of testing, toxicology testing?
No, sir.
Any type of analysis?
No, sir.
So you cannot tell this jury that scientific testing shows that there was tissue consistent with an injection rather than an insect bite, correct?
Right, I cannot tell you that.
And you cannot tell this jury that the tissue shows the presence of some foreign substance that was injected into that site, correct?
That's correct. I cannot tell you that.
All you can really tell the jury is what a medical doctor that she thought the wound was. And your opinion based on your visual observation of the wound, correct?
Yes, my opinion that it's an injection is solely my opinion, based on my exam of the wound.
He's still trying to indicate it's an insect bite.
You mentioned that you passed your board. What is that thing really for?
The American Academy of the American Board of Pathology, my forensic medicine boards given by the American Board of Pathology.
I see. So, what date did you get through the class?
It was in 2001.
Now, if I could talk a little bit about your history, you spent about the last 16 years at the medical examiner for West County.
That's correct.
At one point, you worked as a medical examiner in Alabama.
Yes.
What years did that period of time cover?
That was from 2006, the very end of 2005, and almost to the end of 2006. I was there for about 14 months.
They're gonna approach because I think they're objecting. See, what he's trying to do, I guess, is kind of question her damn credential. That's all he got.
Need to be checked. Need to be checked. They need to be checked if she's focusing on a spider bite with all this other shit going on.
She can only
She's
focus
not
on
focusing.
what.
She said she don't believe it is a spider bite. He's the one focusing on the damn spider bite. She said she don't believe it was a spider bite.
Her opinion that it was a spider thing?
That it was not.
Oh, I thought she said it was. And
No,
she
no,
said
No,
it's
he's
just
the
my
one.
opinion.
Yeah.
They the one. The defense is the one that want the jury to think it was a spider bite. The medical examiner is saying no, I don't think it was.
So he's trying to kind of discredit her to where you won't know whether you can't tell us whether it was a spider bite or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she only answered what the prosecutor asked her, and now he's crossed it. So the prosecutor didn't ask about the he asked a little bit about the stab wounds, but he went straight into the leg.
Right.
And
right.
Majority of his questions were about the leg. And again, it's to cause reason. It's to cause some the jurors to suspect that he had tried this before.
Mm-hmm.
That he tried to kill his son prior to killing his son.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I doubt he would understand that if you inject something into the muscle, it takes a while to get out of the muscle because the muscle absorbs it. The muscle will absorb it. That's why a lot of times they tell you you need to shoot this into the muscle.
Into the muscle.
Not the skin, because then what happens is the muscle absorbs a lot of it. And then the other traces that go out is enough for your body to handle, but your muscles will absorb it and then distribute it.
Right.
That if he didn't shoot it into that muscle, I think what he wanted would have happened.
Oh, congratulations to you for being an Iron Man yesterday. How did it feel?
Well, I was tired.
Shit ain't for the weak.
Man, I don't know how you guys do it. You know, but I had promised Gabe that I would go over there and help him, and it was a good show. It was a good show. Gabe said he was very happy.
Now I need y'all to do. I need y'all to do who killed MLK.
The CIA killed MLK.
Oh, sir, you can't just end it that quick. You didn't end Kennedy that damn quick.
That would be a good show, D2.
You think so? Okay. Well, I'll just.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to Gabe.
Yes, because there's a lot of theories around that one, and just like with Kennedy, they got a fall guy who says he didn't do it,
and
you got that he died at the I don't know.
The hotel.
It's just conspiracies around there.
Yeah. Well, because they said he wasn't that good of a shot.
And then your boy Jesse, you know, Jesse always ran when some shit pop off.
Yeah. But he's good at ducking. Jesse is very good at ducking. He knows when to get out of the way. But the big conspiracy is that guy is not that good of a shot to have taken that shot from that distance and hitting MLK with one
what
shot.
What was his motive?
A white supremacist. Basically, he was a white supremacist.
Oh, Tanya got another suggestion. Who killed Malcolm X?
Ooh, yeah. They did a whole documentary on that one.
It was proven that it was an inside job, but who paid for the inside job, they've never proven.
I heard it was Farrakhan.
That is what was pretty much proven as the inside job. Was Farrakhan the leader of it?
The founder? What's Elijah Muhammad, the one who founded it?
That I think that's in Trey's background, not mine.
I think it's Trey. It's Trey. Trey, put your echo cancellation on.
It was definitely an inside job, because one thing, nobody was allowed in where he got shot. There was tight security by them, not by the police, not by the feds. That they're insured, and security was solely them when it came to Malcolm X. There was no outside. The police were outside of the building. Their security held the inside. So there's no way anyone else could have got in there other than their people. But again, they said that Farrakhan was jealous of Malcolm X's power that he had, and the fact that Malcolm X traveled overseas and participated with other Muslims outside of the Black Muslim community. And then Malcolm X started changing a few of his views because he said Muslims are of all color. Farrakhan didn't want that. So that it's a rabbit hole that I could go down. But again, these are suggestions that I have to bring with Gabe, and then You know, because I like to show photos when I talk so people understand things.
Yeah.
Because his autopsy and his photos are everywhere. And again,
Wow.
you
You know
can't
what I'm
always
saying?
follow the
The
movies.
Elijah Muhammad, the
Mhm.
Elijah Muhammad theory is out there too, because he felt like he was being disobeyed.
Yes,
Orders
because
wasn't being
remember that
followed.
both of them followed Elijah Muhammad, but Farrakhan wanted to be higher. Farrakhan always thought he was second in charge.
Mm.
But then Malcolm X came along, and there was a fight for who was second in command, and Malcolm X had way more people that would die for him than Farrakhan did.
Oh, red.
I think Denzel Washington did an excellent job on
Absolutely.
that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going left. We're going left.
Always. Never fails.
And I didn't do
At
it this
least
time.
this time, at least this time, it was still on crime,
Yeah, it was a
and
crime,
and
not
That's
and yeah,
true. That's true, Trey. That's true.
not a
even though
not a
even though Come Correct tried to come up talking about mangoes and stuff.
yeah, not
Oh
about
God.
not about a homeless hobo who shits in a bush.
That shit's in the bush. Damn it, man. All right, here we go.
Please.
So they're at the judges they're talking to the judge, y'all.
So the prosecutors objecting to where is this going? Why are you asking
Right.
the credentials? We've already established the head the head coroner. We've already medical examiner. We've already established that she's the head medical examiner. What more do you need? Well, we want to know.
Exactly.
We want to know where were you? Where else have you been? How did you get your extensive knowledge of spider bites?
She's not claiming extensive knowledge. All
Yeah,
she's claiming is that she didn't think that the wound was a spider bite. That's it.
exactly. Did not show the sign, and the picture you showed me did not show the signs of a spider bite. A spider bite will have a distinctive red ring around the area that's infected, and that's the poison going out, and it's hot to the touch. Understand, I've
Exactly.
been bit by brown recluses. I've been bit by spiders that I don't even know what the fuck they were, and every one of them had a big red ring around it, and it was hot as shit on the bite mark.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how the doctor still played around with a spider bite 3 weeks later.
Exactly. That's what I say. This shit is weird. Okay. They still talking, y'all. I don't have it on mute. They literally still at the judges um at the talking to the judge.
Yeah,
So
it looks like it, Tanya. It does look like a rash, like a red rash, but it's almost in a it was in a circle. Like mine, he bit me under the arm, just below my bicep, and I could see the little punctures, and then it was the day of it was red ring around the puncture marks, and then it just grew and grew and grew, and finally I said, "Guess I should go to the doctor."
mm,
So
mm,
I can
mm,
get some antibiotics or something. Because it doesn't kill
mm.
you, but it will get you. It'll make you feel really bad once it starts getting into your system.
Yeah.
If it's a big enough spider, like me, it has to be a gigantic spider to bother me.
Yeah, my grandbabies, my Leah and Keyshawn, they daddy was hospitalized with a spider bite. Like it had bit him and he went I think like a week
Yeah,
without getting treated or whatever. And he eventually had to go into the hospital because it had become infected.
yeah, it will. It'll come infected if it doesn't start because it starts to kill kill the muscle or kill the tissue.
Hmm.
That's what a spider does, and because their prey is not human size, it's just gonna infect the area around the bite.
Right. God, they is really going at it.
Yeah, he's probably bad. Like, why are you questioning her credentials? Why are we talking about her credentials? You should have objected her credentials when we put her on the witness list.
Exactly.
You knew she was
Exactly.
coming, so why are you bringing up credentials now when you could have done this weeks ago and we could have shown you her credentials instead of bringing her up here and trying to
Do your damn research. You knew
yeah.
who she was.
But he's just trying to embarrass her in front of the jury. And
Mm-hmm.
that's usually what they do to expert witnesses, as they call them. Expert witnesses, the defense will try to embarrass them.
Oh, they would try to discredit them, embarrass them,
They're gonna try to
get them caught up in the lie, all type of stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically, he's going to try to discredit her, embarrass her. I'll guarantee he did do a research on it, and the reason he's asking this is because something must have happened at her old place of employment.
That lady, she been yeah, that could be it too.
Because he's bringing up his old
Cause
place
she's got
of
the
employment.
education. She has the education. She has the experience. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like that picture, the truth. I like that picture right there. It shows. And y'all see how, like, that's the defense. That whole table right there, you see the full view. That's Abraham Lincoln sitting right there on to the left, like, at the head, And then, like, the prosecutor's table is, like, right next to that. It's weird. That courtroom setup is weird.
It is an odd, but there's so many of them. I can understand why they did it this way. Because, see, the seats behind them, those people work for the defense.
Hold on, let me mute because they're coming back. Okay, go ahead.
I believe that guy in the back corner back there may just work for the.
Oh, it's a guy. You see that guy right there in the corner right there. Then it's another guy. You can't see him. Well, you can sort of kind of see him behind Abraham.
Yeah,
I think there's two officers.
Yeah, I think those are police officers.
Yeah, they just there to make sure his ass don't try to run.
Yeah, but then you have the prosecution's desk, which is set up the same exact way, and there's as many people at that desk as there is over there on the other desk.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm like, really? Because normally there's a lead attorney and then second chair.
Mm-hmm.
That guy with his hand on his forehead, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He looks disgusted. Like, what the fuck? Here we go again.
Yeah, he's one of the lawyers.
Yeah.
He pretty much know they just going through the motions.
Yeah, and that other guy, he looks like he's waiting for something to happen, or he's just waiting for a break because he's got to pee. Look how he's crossed his legs.
Damn. Oh God. Okay, y'all. Let's see.
I'm gonna try and take about 5 or 10 minutes max, but I need to do it without you all being present. So if it takes any longer, I'll call you back in.
So they're dismissing the jury. Apparently, he's finna get some instruction or something. That was a long.
They're about to argue.
Yeah, they finna argue. They finna get into it.
Yeah, they're about to argue. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see.
Yeah, Sirius is right. Like, in the untrained eye, you'd think that they would try to find out what that poison was, but everything is cost efficient.
The objection, or
okay, hold on. Go ahead.
No, but everything is cost efficient. If it has nothing to do with the murder, they're not going to test it. If the chick had gonorrhea when she died, they might mention it, but it wouldn't be tested. It's not something that's relevant to the murder. So they're not going to spend the money on it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they've never tested that tissue. Now, again, if she's ordered to test it, that's why the tissue is still there, because in the back of her mind, she's saying to herself, well, they may order me to test it. So then she would have to test it because then it's court ordered to be tested. But she's not going to voluntarily test it unless the judge finds it a significant part of the case to be tested. All right, go ahead. I want to hear what the objection is.
Okay.
I guess the anticipation from the state was that you were getting ready to attempt to impeach the witness with, and that's the point. I guess Mr. Alanis believed that you were ready to impeach the witness with factual findings that were in fact incorrect with regard to her work at a previous position that she held. I think
Bingo.
she just described it in Alabama. And
oh, you said it. You said it.
Yes, because he was trying to discredit her in front of the jury that she had made mistakes before.
Oh, wow.
It's the oldest trick in the book. Go out and find cases that she's been over and find me a case where she fucked up really bad.
Oh my goodness.
And but here's the thing though. They didn't object to her as a witness. See, that's what the prosecutor's upset about. You didn't bring this up when we put her on the witness list. We could have excluded her and got someone else to look at it. So you waited to ambush her in court because the prosecutor knew about this. He knew about this case in Alabama because he immediately said, well, hold up, sidebar. Hold up. I know where this is going.
Wow.
I know exactly. And I told you, he's going to discredit her. And the reason he brought up where you were before was because something must have happened in a previous employment.
Wow.
So let's see what the judge says.
Okay.
And that you wanted to get into that. And could you, I guess, I'm prefacing where we left off on the objection so that you could in fact tell us where you intend to go. I wanted to have this conversation outside the presence of the jury.
Do you notice something? We don't hear the objections.
You don't.
You notice we never hear objection?
Right.
It's always a sidebar.
Yeah.
Like, what are they raising their hand? Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor. Yes. What is wrong? I have to pee? Okay. All right. Go pee. Go ahead. You second seat, pee. Go pee. It's like, are you raising your hand? Because I don't hear objection.
No, it's always like it's just a sidebar type thing.
Like all of a sudden it stops.
Yeah.
And then they go approach the bench and then the mic's cut off. Like I don't hear the word objection. So it must have been in his pre-trial discernment to, hey, if you want to object, you need to do something to tell me. I'll stop it and we come and talk about it. I don't want the jury hearing the objection because a lot of times in a lot of courts, you will hear exactly what they're objecting to. Where is this going to? Your Honor, this line of questioning is totally out of order. Your Honor, he's been warned about this. They love to say that. Your Honor, you warned him about this.
Because a lot of motions are filed before the actual trial starts, and then the judge will overrule, and then they'll get in court, and then they'll try it again. Well, I know that they do that a lot with the Tim Norman trial too.
Yes, that even though they've been overruled on the same objection, they'll come back and do it again.
Yeah.
What happens is eventually the judge gets pissed off. He'll send the jury out so he can yell at the lawyer that keeps doing it. But a lot of times they do it just for the jury to have some kind of, oh wow, really? You know, how
Mm-hmm.
many times is he going to do that? You know, kind of the jury's looking at whoever keeps objecting, and the judge keeps saying, "I told you before." And now it becomes okay. The judge is now criticizing the lawyer, and you never want that. You never want to be criticized because then the jury
And
loses
that's
faith.
what happened, like I said, in the Tim Norman trial.
Yeah, yeah, and you basically the jury lose credit, discredits their lawyer. He's not a very good
Mm-hmm.
lawyer. He can't. The judge just ostracized him in front of all. He can't be a good lawyer. And then his questioning becomes mute because they lost. They discredit. He's lost. They lost that he's a valid lawyer. And
Mm-hmm.
once that happens, it's pretty much the jury's like not even listening to his thing. His closing statements. The jury's probably going to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Pretty
that
sad.
see, everyone's agreeing that this is just a formality. They know he's
Yeah.
guilty. They just don't want him to get the needle. All right, go
Well.
ahead. I want to hear the judge yell at him.
Okay, here we go.
With regard to this witness, and on top of that, the witness is here, by the way, but so I left her here just because there may be some testimony that we take from here so that I can make a decision, and then we'll take it from there. So if you want to preface your line of questioning, or perhaps you want to be able to get into it with her now before, okay, and then we'll decide whether that line of questioning comes in or not. Let's go. And of course, now you can make your objections freely because the jury is not present. And so this would be the topic of conversation, or the impeachment portion of his cross-examination that he would like to get into, and the court will make a ruling on that, on the appropriateness of that or not. Go ahead.
Dr. Stern, with all due respect to you, you worked on a case in Alabama relating to a woman named Bridget Lee, correct?
I'm not sure. I know what case you're talking about, but I don't, that's so long ago, I don't remember her name.
You don't remember the name?
Yeah.
But it was a case where a woman was charged with capital murder based on your opinion that she had strangled or suffocated the child, correct?
It was a fetus, well, an infant. It lived for, yeah.
And that case was dismissed subsequently because 6 different medical examiners determined that the child was actually stillborn. Isn't that correct, Dr. Stern?
Yeah, well, I wasn't privy to the defense, to the other reports of what they found. That was my last case that I performed before I left the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences.
And what was the reason for your leaving your job as a correct medical examiner?
We were miserable there. My son and I were miserable in Alabama. Should never left the state of Texas. That was the only reason. Had nothing really to do with my job other than we wanted to come back home.
Did you resign or were you terminated?
Oh, no, I resigned.
Now, these 6 forensic experts agreed that the child actually died of pneumonia rather than like being strangled. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's the conclusion they came to, but the child would have had to live to develop pneumonia. So I haven't seen their reports or anything, but I have heard that they came up with a diagnosis of pneumonia.
And those 6 medical examiners all agreed that what you thought were bruises were actually signs of decomposition of the body.
I don't know. Again, I've never seen the reports, but I do know there was a disagreement as to why the fetus or the child died, the infant.
The questioning will be along those lines, Your Honor. Perhaps a little bit more detail.
So, Ms. Part of that is not, you're saying is not supported by whatever transcript you have.
I think it's a mischaracterization of what took place in Alabama. I don't think it's relevant.
They're saying that
Well, let's talk about specifically
the
Mr.
prosecutor saying he doesn't think it's relevant.
Peña is stating that there was a case that was dismissed and that largely was dismissed based on, I think he said 6 medical examiners. Was it really medical examiners or whatever? I don't know the difference, because sometimes when you're the official medical examiner, you have sort of like a court reporter. Like when you're the official court reporter, you actually work for the court. When you're the official medical examiner of a county, you work for a particular county.
Right, and Alabama is a corner jurisdiction most of the state, so I'm not sure who's objecting to it.
So in any event, there was and so as a result of that, so is there anything that was said in the questioning by Mr. Peña that in fact is contrary to what you believe the facts are?
Yes, I believe the facts show that there was a hearing held in the 24th Judicial District on or about April the 9th of 2009 in the state of Alabama, where the district attorney in that case.
Again, I'm asking whether there's anything contrary to what he said.
Yes, there is I think there was some distinctions on what he said. In essence, the case was dismissed, it was dismissed, and I guess I can clarify that it was dismissed arbitrarily by the district attorney, not by the court. And it was done upon the district attorney's own motion after the defense had hired some medical examiners to tender some medical autopsy opinions to the DA's office.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, the DA taking the side of the defense attorneys on that case, seeking some other, I guess, opinions at the same time, which Mr. Peña is right, it was a total of 6. She was never found or disciplined. It was, in essence, a difference of opinions. And at the end of the day, the district attorney in Alabama unilaterally and arbitrarily decided to dismiss the case on his own motion.
I mean, if it's like Texas, the only way you can, I guess, dismiss a case is through a DA's office motion.
Yes, and it was done by the district attorney on his own. I have a transcript of the hearing in which the district attorney justifies the reasons of why he dismissed the case. But Dr. Stern was never found to have committed anything wrong. She was never disciplined by any board. She was never found to have committed any malpractice. And in fact, at the end of the day, was clear. So I think the thing here is that it's an attempt to mischaracterize and attack unfairly attack Dr. Stern's credibility on a set of facts that is not relevant in this case. So that's what it is.
Okay, I get that, and quite frankly, this is one of the reasons that few people become experts and are okay becoming experts and testifying in court and taking on cases. For a reason, primarily is because every time you become an expert, on the other side, there's another expert, and they're going to attack your findings and with all sorts of things. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. When you have a skill and a expertise and whatever, and you give an opinion such that is given in almost every case where there's a doctor that testifies, and they're subject to whatever it is, and I can't, especially in this situation, cannot sustain your objection, and I'll allow as long as it's within the parameters of what you said earlier. I think Dr. Stern, testifies and explains exactly what it is that she had in her possession when she made her decisions, and what they may have had in their possession that in fact could change her opinion. So in fact, it goes to the weight of it, as opposed to we'll let the jury decide whether or not the justification for, similarly to Dr. I guess Rodriguez or Ramirez, what was it, came in today, he said, I had a working diagnosis with regard to what this was. Then comes Dr. Stern and says, it was something different because she had different information. But anyway, all right, good. Let's proceed. Let's get the jury back in. I don't want to have to bring Dr. Stern. I don't know if she doesn't. Can you let them know? I don't know. We're going to have to get them together because I'm sure some people went to the restroom, so it might take us a few minutes. I'm going to stay right here and continue. As soon as the jury is ready to come in, we'll get them in.
All right, let's fast forward.
Examination. Mr. Peña.
Defense is now still questioning the examiner.
Let me. All right, let me just give me a moment.
No, Tanya, I don't have membership on this channel, sweetie. Only on the T channel. I'm gonna try to look into it and see if I can get it, but no, not yet.
How long she been in Alabama?
Excuse me? Okay. The last question was merely how long she had been in Alabama. I'm not sure you're talking about the one before that. I think it was just prefacing the previous question. Thank you.
Well, you stated that you don't recall the woman's name, Dr. Stern, but you do recall the case where the woman was charged with capital murder of her newborn child based on your diagnosis.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And then the case was subsequently dismissed because there were 6 different medical examiners that determined that the child was actually stillborn rather than strangled or suffocated, correct?
Well, that's right. Again, I don't know if they were medical examiners or coroners, but yes, whoever reviewed it, yes.
And are you aware that the district attorney who dismissed the case said that you would never have brought the case against her if he had been provided the correct facts from the beginning?
I'm gonna object.
No.
She's already answered, but sustain. Go ahead.
Are you aware that the judge who dismissed the case?
Not 3 days older than Jesus.
Mr. Vote, please.
They coming. They back at the judge's desk. Lord have mercy. He really trying to discredit her, y'all. He's really trying to discredit her. I don't even see what that case has to do with this one, but hey, that's just me.
Discredit her.
The coroner's, huh?
Discredit her.
Yeah.
So I'm putting with a difference between a coroner and a medical examiner.
Mm-hmm.
A coroner is not required to be a physician, where a medical examiner is required to be a physician, and it's also a board certified physician, where a coroner is just, I went to school for coroner, and that was what I got.
The coroner just dead.
Yeah.
For anybody.
Yeah, this guy's dead. Things like that. Where a medical examiner, it has to be a physician, able to tell the difference between uh, a medical examiner has to be able to tell the cause of death and the difference between this cause of death versus that cause of death.
Pretty much, the
Yeah.
medical examiner is the coroner's boss.
Yeah. The coroner gives you the findings. He'll go and examine things like the weight and things like this, but the medical examiner has to go in and do the physician portion of the examination.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because a lot of things what people don't understand
I
is that
thought the coroner doesn't have anything to do with like. I thought the coroner was just there to maybe
groom and clean up and things like that. He also checks the weight of things, like how much did the heart weigh, how much did this weigh.
Yeah,
The things
nothing like medical. Yeah.
The medical examiner is examining those things, looking at things where he's basically the cleanup man. He's cleaning up. He's doing the small details, the measurements, the fingerprints, and he's bagging things, because a lot of times when you see autopsy pictures, things are bagged.
Hold on, let me mute. They started back talking. Go ahead.
So he's the one removing the bags. He'll remove the bag because normally, like in a rape murder case, the hands are bagged up and taped so that whatever's there cannot disappear or be smudged or changed in any way. But he's going to remove that and then write when I removed it at such and such a time.
Right.
Yeah.
Autopsy, so the victims in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And Angelica came to your office sometime around April 12, 2018, more than.
Several days after Dominic and his mom died.
And prior to that day, every medical personnel that examined Dominic with the injury was consistent with an insect bite.
I'm so sick
Well, I don't know that because I had not talked to the medical examiner who had performed the autopsy.
You did not think it was important to see whether he agreed with your opinion or not?
Well, I may have talked to him subsequently, but I'm telling you at the time that she came and had me look at it, I had not spoken to him yet.
Wouldn't it be standard protocol to do toxicology testing in a situation such as you have described, where a medical professional is describing the wound as an insect bite, and you have the contrary opinion that it's actually a wound caused by a hypodermic needle?
Well, we didn't have a blood sample to test. I did call the hospital to see if they had that original blood sample on Dominic, but they had disposed of it. And without knowing what to test on the tissue, there's thousands of things. The law enforcement needs to come forward and say, hey, we found this, or we think it may be X, Y, or Z, and then we test for X, Y, or Z, or we're going to consume the whole sample and still not know what might have caused it.
But you did have the tissue sample that you excised from the wound, correct?
Yes, sir, I still have it.
And yet it was never tested.
We don't have anything to test for. We don't know what to test for. My lab probably tests for tens of thousands of substances, if not hundreds of thousands. We have to know something. We have to know what we need to look for. When you test tissue, you have to homogenize it. So you take a piece of it and it's the easiest way to explain it is like you blend it until it's in a liquid, and then you test that liquid and it consumes the sample. If we test for 5 things and it's not any of them, and then they find something, and now we don't have any sample to test for what we needed. And that's why that sample hasn't been tested. We don't want to guess. So right now, all we can say is he has a puncture wound. And that's what I've testified. He has a puncture wound.
A puncture wound caused by someone, no, not necessarily by hypodermic needle?
It could be by something else. I'm just saying it's consistent with. That's what it looks like to me. And that's what I asked when I saw it. I said, well, that looks like a large bore needle, injection site. And I spoke with the detectives and sent them to look for something like that. And that is what they came up with. But yes, it could have been caused by something else. Absolutely.
So you're not telling this jury that, in your opinion, that puncture wound was caused by an 18 gauge or any gauge hypodermic needle?
That's correct. I'm saying it's consistent with that.
But you don't really know what caused it.
That's correct.
Oh God, Abraham, let it go.
That's the way this line.
The fact remains that you did ask the detectives to look for a needle, correct?
That's correct.
And they did find a needle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in possession of Ronald Anthony Burgos.
That's the prosecutor that came back up because Abraham Lincoln doing the most.
Obviously, personal belongings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, reference is made to this case from the state of Alabama in 2009. A district attorney by the name of J. Chris McCool arbitrarily and on his own motion went to court and dismissed the case, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not a question, that's an argument.
He opened the door. I'm just asking.
You sure did?
Oh, okay, did you hear what Abraham Lincoln said?
Yeah, that's not you know what?
That's an argument. That's not proven fact. Just like her saying that it possibly could have been a needle and it's consistent with a needle, and a needle was found in his possession that is consistent with the wound. See, there's ways they have to word things to make it believable. And they always say the word consistent with what the wound had occurred. It's consistent with it, meaning, yes, it's a great possibility that this is what caused it.
Mm-hmm.
So now he wants to discredit her with everything. And, now he's trying to clean it up. Like, well, okay, it was the prosecutor's choice to dismiss the case.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't want to bring up the fact that there was other coroners and medical examiners that came to the same conclusion and or different conclusions, and then this is the conclusion they went with.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
That's correct.
And he did this after a defense attorney by the name of James Standridge went and got his own medical examiners to give their own opinions against yours, correct?
That's correct.
Were any of the examiners that the defense attorney went and spoke to, or that he went for second opinions, were they present during your autopsy in that case?
No.
Were there any other medical examiners at the district attorney's office at that time relied on to dismiss his case? Were they present with you in the autopsy of that baby?
No, not in the autopsy, but that case was reviewed before I signed it out by several medical examiners at my office. I do not know the medical examiners and or coroners who reviewed it after the fact, but not a single case in that office was signed out without having several medical examiners sign off on it.
And at the end of the day, is it uncommon that other medical examiners may disagree with certain findings?
No, that's being an expert witness. This is the worst part of my job, is testifying on the stand. And I think if you ask any medical examiner or any other expert, that's what an expert is up here to be challenged.
And in fact, you came here today and you testified to this jury that you disagree with the findings at Doctor's Hospital.
That's correct.
And that you disagree with the findings of Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
And based on your observations and looking at the necrosis and what was going on deep into the dermis of this baby, this was caused by some sort of puncture and not a spider wound, correct?
That's correct.
And going back to Alabama, were you ever You were never disciplined for any wrongdoing or any malpractice?
There was no wrongdoing and there was no malpractice. Somebody just disagreed with my opinion on this case.
And ultimately, it was the DA, somebody like me, who went before the judge and said, I'm going to agree with the defense examiners instead of the state medical examiner. Is that right?
Well, I don't know that he said that, but the case was dismissed. I was here. I wasn't there to defend myself, or to defend the case.
So he picked the case. So he picked a case that where she had resigned and left to make it seem like she left and they never had a chance to reprimand her. So because he probably, why did you leave? Well, we just hated it in Alabama. No offense, Alabama. We just hated it in Alabama, so I left. But what he's trying to make the jury here is, you left because of this, didn't you? Go ahead and admit it. You fucked up and you left so you wouldn't get in trouble.
Which is not the case at all.
100%.
Okay. I'm going to finish off with, you said you made a determination of finding of death in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right, Pocho? Okay. So you state specific 500 and 501.
You don't have the amended death certificate. These are the pending ones. You don't have the amended ones.
Sorry.
But I'll explain.
Can you speak into the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what I'm showing you here, are you familiar with these documents?
Yes. So these are death certificates on both Dominic and Griselda. These are the original pending death certificates. We have a certain number of days to sign our death certificates. So when we're pending things like toxicology or any kind of testing, or a lot of times we're pending investigation of the death by law enforcement, we sign them pending. These are the original pending death certificates.
In any event, you did declare them dead there at the scene, correct?
Yes, they were pronounced dead at the scene, and then I later did sign their death certificates.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just one or two more questions.
Abe Lincoln comes back up. he won't give up. All right, let's listen. There's only a couple of more minutes left on this, y'all.
Isn't it true that the Alabama Forensic Science Commission ruled in that case that we've been talking about, that the child was in fact stillborn and not suffocated or strangled?
I don't know if they ruled it, but I do know that the whoever looked at that case on the defense side, their opinion was that the baby was stillborn, that it was a fetus.
The district attorney agreed, correct?
Well, I don't know what he agreed with, but I do know he dismissed the case.
No further questions.
No further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Judge.
You may go about your business. I'm releasing Dr. Sher unless we want to keep her for some reason.
No.
All right, you are released, man. You may go about your business.
That's it.
Abe had to throw that in there.
As much as I'd like to push on, I think we need to stop day one. And we'll push on some other days, but not day one. I don't want to discourage you all from the rest of the trial. So please, as I dismiss you for the day, remember that the instructions that I've given you and that you have in your hand, and you can keep them to refresh your memory or go over them before you leave, either way. You will have exactly the same instructions for tomorrow morning: parking spots, the healthy tacos that you may have here in the morning, and the drinks that you have. Now, again, if you want to bring your own food, we have somewhere where you could, put the refrigerator in and heat it up and things of that nature, for snacks or whatnot, and keep it there. I know that some of you brought waters out. If you're the type of person that needs that, good. Except that remember that we don't have breaks at all the time. We do have them occasionally, so we'll get to your breaks if possible. But please realize that we might not be able to get them at the snap of a finger. So, all right. Having said that, have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. I'd like to be able to get started tomorrow morning before 9. So if we can get started by, I want to in 15-minute increments earlier. 8:45 tomorrow. So get here. If you get here at 8:15, it'll be fine. You can get some to eat or whatever it is. But I'd like to be able to get started tomorrow at 8:45. Thank you.
All right, adjourned.
All right, y'all. We're gonna end it right there today. They dismissed her, and we'll come back on tomorrow. Yep, I will be here tomorrow morning. I will. God be the glory, and we'll pick up from there and see who the next witness is. So let's talk. We got 20 minutes.
Let me check. I did get some very interesting photos. I got some new ones. Okay, so I want to. I don't know if this is going to do it now. But I got a photo of his actual truck that he drove. But this is him when they finally realized it was him that they're talking. This is him in the back of the that's the pickup truck, and that's the detective going over. So this is him stripped of his radio, of course, so he can't hear what's going on. But that's him in the back of the police truck.
I do have the video, and I might start off tomorrow with it. I do have the video of his interrogation at the police station.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
But this is when he figures out, shit, they got me. Because this is him in the back of the truck just being fidgety. Look, he's fucking with his badges and all kinds of shit in the back of that truck. Because they one of the testimony of the police officers is that how strange he started acting once they placed him in the back of the truck and took his weapon and his radio. So they removed his belt and put him in the back of the truck. And they said he acted very, very strangely, like, what's going on? How could what? Hold on, what are you doing? What's going on? And that's when they informed him, yeah, we know who she is, and we know you know her.
Yep.
And there's a whole testimony of how strange he was acting when
I can't wait to get to that one.
When they initially told him that you are now a suspect.
With
me, I just found her. How could I be a suspect?
Right. Right. Child, this is
today's testimony is weird because they spent so much time on the spider bite, as they said.
The non-spider bite.
They spent so much time on that. And it's never
because Abraham Lincoln won't let it go.
Well, but the prosecutor won't let it go because I believe he's establishing the fact that this isn't the first time that he tried to injure the child.
He has to, though, D-True. I mean, to me, honestly, that's a good point to make. That he's focusing on that wound and focusing on it being proven that was not a spider bite.
Yes.
Now, and I get it that Abraham Lincoln has to counter that and try to make it seem like it was. I get it.
Yeah, but he didn't. The thing about it is that he didn't do this to the other doctors on the stand.
Yeah, with the pediatrician.
Yeah, and
Because the pediatrician or dumbass agreed that it was a spider bite.
no, he came
She's
back.
the first one to get up there and say she didn't think it was.
Yeah, but no, the pediatrician came back and said, well, later on, I do believe it is consistent with a puncture wound.
After his death, yes.
After his death, I find, but he had to protect himself. He had because he can also be sued for malpractice.
Mm-hmm.
So again, he's going to say, nope, it was consistent with a spider bite. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Mm-hmm.
He can't say, well, I did think maybe it wasn't at one point, but I didn't do anything about it.
Right.
He can't say that. If he says that, then he puts himself in harm's way of being sued. Also, because they're already suing him for wrongful death
on old boy
and his department because he did it during work.
And they probably gonna win. Shit, the fuck?
They'll settle out of court. But again, it's like he committed the commission of the crime while he was working, which means
on the damn clock.
Which means the Border Patrol is culpable.
Yep.
Because he did it while he was working and you had no clue.
Yep.
That's why a lot of police departments, even though they fire the people and say
the man left work and everything.
Yeah, he went home, had his leisure suit on, and went home and changed, and then put his uniform back on, and went back to work. And they didn't know that he was missing. See what I'm saying? So the reason that the sheriff department or the Border Patrol is being sued is because you didn't know where your man was. He was missing from 9:30 until 10:30. He was gone, and you didn't even know. Which means if they had known, they could have been saved. Okay, that was the whole thing. No, he's Border Patrol. He's wearing the Border Patrol uniform. That's why the cop was put on trial in Florida at Parkland, the Parkland High School shooting. They're saying that if he did his job, 9 of the children that were killed would have survived because they would have gotten help.
He was found not guilty, by the way.
He was found not guilty.
I haven't done like deep research into that case.
I
from the surface, yeah. I think that was so unnecessary.
It was, and they charged him with 17 counts of
felony. I feel like that was so unnecessary. I felt like they added tragedy on top of tragedy, and that's just me.
Well, the parents and a lot of the people in Florida were upset that he didn't get at least something. I mean, they drugged that dude through the dirt, and he was getting ready. And they even said it in trial. You were worried about retirement more than you were the children in that school.
But my thing is this: that could be true, and I'm not saying it's not. Like I said, I hadn't done a whole lot of research on it. I didn't even want to cover that one. But he's not the only cop that has.
And they all should be. You it's a very touchy subject for me.
Because in my opinion, when it comes to mass shootings, there's a lot of people that shit fail.
Okay, but here's the thing, though: either you have it or you don't. Like what we talked about earlier with Pawpaw, who ran out the door as soon as the shit started.
Come on,
okay,
fight or flight.
Yeah, there's certain people that it's instilled in them to run towards. Okay, I'll tell you right now, flashbangs. I've run towards the flashbangs, not away from the flashbangs, because that.
Keep talking. I'm walking on for just a second.
Yeah, that's instilled in me.
That was military training. Police don't train you like that. Pawpaw was old in the bitch, and he probably ain't never been in an action scenario. Glad he was acquitted.
Remember, we
the embarrassment. Yeah, we did. The
talked
embarrassment of him.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but we
But I'm saying
talked
the
about doing
embarrassment
this.
is enough.
Yeah, you're right. He's got to live with that. Let me tell you something. The worst thing that a coward ever has to live with is he failed to do what he was supposed to do. He has to live with that.
There's a did you see the one where there's a video floating around where this cop ran towards the active shooter in the mall and took him down?
Yes,
He was busting the shit out there 223.
Yeah, that is Allen, Texas. He was actually that's the mall shooting. I think a month ago, a little over a month ago.
He was tired as hell, but he was definitely playing him some Call of Duty shit.
Yeah,
he's telling dude, watch it drop, get off the mic, what you doing, move.
Yeah, basically he was there for he was actually doing a traffic stop or an altercation within the mall when he heard the shooting.
Guarantee you, dude is an ex-military.
Yeah, he ran from the entire other side of the mall. Now, this is not a mall, enclosed mall. This is what they call an outdoor
outlet mall. It's an outlet mall. Why didn't he just hop in his car though?
Because he didn't know how far it was or where it was. Because see, it's the way the mall is made. It's a box shape, and the stores face inward to the parking lot.
But his car was right there, and he just took off running.
Yeah, but again, it's echoing throughout the thing. You don't know where he is. So if you're in a vehicle,
you just see the people running.
Yeah, in a vehicle, you see the people running away towards you. You're running through them. If you're in a car, now you have to stop the car and get out of the car, which gives the shooter more time to look at you. He wanted to figure out
he was on his black ops shit.
Yeah,
you know what my whole thing is though when it comes to these mass shootings. Fuck what happened once the shooter get inside the facility, right? Why are they able to even get in?
Well, again, you're looking at.
Well, they're starting to kill them more and more now.
Yeah, now because of what happened in that school where it took them 45 minutes, and I did a live on this. I was upset.
Yeah.
And truth, if they give up, you can't kill them. If they give up, if they put their gun down after they kill 30 people, you can't kill them.
No, Trey, you're not understanding me. I'm talking about the fact that they get in the school.
Yeah.
Like, why are these people?
Oh, how they get in the school? I
get the whole semantics of what happened once they get in. I'm talking about how are they able to get into these schools?
Because we fail the poor schools.
Exactly.
Fail them. We don't give them the money to have the fancy metal detectors or cameras or
the fancy door buzzers.
Yes. Well, now schools have it, but again, they don't have the technology to tell whether a door is open and does not close. That's the technology they need. They need to know if a door opens.
Like with my Leo school. Okay, you during the day when these kids are in that building, you're not able to just walk in the building. No. All doors are locked, and you have to stop. They got like at the front entrance. They got a window that you stop at.
Yeah. And then there's a vestibule, which means
you do your business right there.
Yeah.
Even when you check her, I've gone to pick my little up. She got sick at school. I went to go pick her up. Stop at that window. Let them know I'm here to pick her up. Sign her out. They go and get her, and they bring her to me to the door.
Yes, you can't enter.
You don't just walk in that school all willy nilly and walking around like that. I'm trying to figure out how are these people able to get into these schools.
Because they're entering through school doors that have been propped open.
And they know the layout.
Yeah.
They've been there before. They're ex-workers.
Well,
ex-students.
The one in California, the one in Texas, he just lived in the town. He had been out of that school for a long time if he remembered it. But someone had propped the door open to say, go out and play on the playground, and never took the prop out. Okay. That's why most schools have small windows not one that you can shoot out and climb through. It's a small window so you can see out, and that's it. But someone had propped the door open, and he didn't even know. He happened to just stumble upon that door being open. I don't think the school was his main
And that's
target.
the thing. I mean, now I'm gonna go back to well, that's a little different because he changed. I'm gonna go back to the movie Lean on Me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where Joe Clark, he got sick of the drug dealers and everything coming into the school, so he put the chains on. Now, the difference between doors that are just locked from the outside and being chained. Now, I don't agree with the chains because that could be a fire hazard, right? But as far as the doors, I feel like all of the doors to the school should be locked from the outside. Like if you push the door from the inside, yeah, you should be able to get out, in case a fire breaks out or whatever. But as far as being able to just walk up to a school during the day when it's full of, students, I don't feel like any person all willy nilly should be able to walk off the streets and enter into a school building.
And 90% of the schools you cannot. But
Right.
they do not have the technology to alert them if a door has been opened or if a
Right.
door is propped open. But that's what the research officer is there for. He's supposed to
Right.
make rounds to make sure that nobody's propping the door open. And if he finds out who did it, they're supposed to be reprimanded.
Right. That
Okay.
and then I think they need cameras. And I know
Yeah.
this stuff costs money, y'all. In a perfect world, it'll be that. But I'm just saying, like, you got at some point, you got to take the safety of these kids
But
seriously.
if
You
you
got
have,
money for every damn thing else.
yeah. Well, they don't. They don't have money for books anymore, and we're
Yeah,
too
the
busy.
children don't even have books no more.
Yeah.
I remember we had to carry down
They,
6
they
books
have
out,
money for
at least
NASA.
every
Yeah.
day.
They have
Yeah.
the money for NASA could be cut and sent to the schools.
It's a lot of things to be cut. It's a lot of things that could be cut for these damn schools. Come on now.
Well, again, it's they keep thinking it's guns when it should be securing your schools and
Because guns are
uh,
here and they ain't
yeah,
going no damn well, whether they
they
legal or
they ain't going
illegal. They
nowhere.
ain't going no damn well.
They're not going anywhere. We should have a better system to check who's buying the guns and who has. We should have a better system
It just ain't
for
gonna
that.
never be that though, the truth. I feel like I'm gonna tell you something. I feel like the government don't want to control these guns. Like I honestly feel
No,
like, oh, see,
but
somebody on the back end is making too much damn money.
that's the thing. As long as Congress and the Senate has a vote, the NRA will always win because the NRA pays for most of their stuff. Not as much as it used to, but the NRA lobbyists are the worst of the
Hmm,
worst.
hmm,
And they will never go against the NRA because everybody pays into the NRA in the gun business.
hmm. It's sad though. What happened to the damn children of the future? I mean, like honestly, like to me,
Well,
these mass shootings are so unnecessary to
And
me.
then,
Oh, I'm
by
sorry,
free,
y'all.
you
Hold
drop
on.
me off.
they
All
they
right.
they are the future as long as it's not in a poor neighborhood.
And see, that's the thing. And it goes back to my whole pet peeve, my whole disdain for people that put a value on lives. I feel like lives are invaluable. Like you can't put a price on somebody's life. You
Well,
know?
Sonya just said it. Look, a lot of people sit back, man. I don't vote because my vote don't count, but your vote should count. Your vote should count, and it does count. It's just that you feel it doesn't, so you don't.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're not remembering that people died just to vote because in the very beginning there was only certain people who were allowed to vote.
Yeah.
And the people that were
Right.
allowed to vote had to have a certain aristocratic background to them. Everybody else did not vote, only they voted. It wasn't until later on that they decided the democratic system is that everyone gets a vote. And
Mm-hmm.
that was a particular race got to vote and no one else got to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And then it
Mm-hmm.
took people dying to get votes. People don't understand that when women fought for their right to vote, Women died because of that.
Sure did.
And then when African Americans decided they wanted to vote, they died doing it. And anyone who spoke about it died. Okay? And if you go watch the movies, the Freedom Riders,
Mm-hmm.
the first Freedom Riders was the ones in the station wagon. They died because they were coming to educate people on why they should vote.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Pass out pamphlets, talk to people. They died because they were coming to educate people. They firebombed a bus that was coming into a town to educate people on why they should vote. Even
Mm-hmm.
after they granted the right to vote, they were still killing people to
For going
basically
to vote.
that were telling you when, how, and why you should vote. They were killing them. Why?
Mhm.
Because just because you told them they could vote, they're not going to vote because we're going to make sure they don't vote.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to intimidate them so they don't vote. And we don't want them people up north coming down here and telling our colored people why they should vote or where they should vote or how they should vote. Stay up there. And they did it for almost 10 years.
Yup. Yup.
Because
Sure
they want to make sure that the dumb stay dumb.
Sad.
It is. And when I hear people going, I don't vote, I think it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Your vote does count. It's
For the mere fact, you should think your vote count for the mere fact that people did die for us to have that right. It's just facts.
Exactly. And all the stuff that's going on right now with the Supreme Court and the laws being changed, one day we're going to wake up and it's 1950 again.
Come on. Come on.
Okay, it's not the big things that are getting talked about. It's the little things that are going to fuck you over. Every time the Supreme Court overturns something, it's called the trickle effect. That one thing can change 5 things. And if it doesn't change it, it brings it up for discussion. Well, we changed this, so if we change this, that's going to affect that, and that. We need to have a discussion about that. Next thing you know, everybody that's interracially married will be like, what do you mean we can't be married anymore?
God, it's just from day to day, y'all. We don't know what's going to happen. That's just facts.
If you're so upset about where our money goes or how they're spending our money, do something about it.
Yup.
Okay. Anyone can
I absolutely think a lot of things can be cut for the sake of these children in these schools, and I feel that way. I absolutely feel that way. There's no way that a parent should have to worry about when they send their child out to school whether or not they're gonna come back home.
Let me bust D Truth in his mouth right quick. The people tried to do something about it on January 6th, and we got people like you complaining about it. I'm going back on mute.
What did they do? Attack the try to overturn an election?
Isn't that how this country was formed, sir? You said if you want something done, do something about it.
Not to overturn a democracy election.
What else are we going to do? You just said if you want, and then earlier you pointed out how the NRA lobbyists run everything. So when the person says their vote don't count, you just told them what the lobbyists do. They the worst. They pay for everything. We can't take over the government, so we're supposed to just actually go punch a ballot.
To make a change, you need to get rid of the source.
That's the government.
Exactly. So you vote those people out that you believe.
That ain't worked.
Let me tell you something. If I was in charge of the DC police the day those morons attacked the Capitol, you would have had to bring in extra body bags. I would have shot every single one of them.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have been in charge of the police force. But you know what? Actually, I wouldn't blame you for that because, again, that's what you do when you feel like the government is being overthrown. But as I said earlier, that's how this country was founded, G.
Okay,
That's why we have the right to bear arms for a tyrannical government.
But you know what our country was not founded on? It was not founded on overthrowing the government over a lie.
Come on.
A lie.
Yeah, actually, it could have been
60 court cases, 60 court cases, and none of those morons could win one of them.
You still talking about that? I'm going like back to the country. Was England really that bad with their tax? Because the government taxes us. Were they that bad? This country was formed over a lie, sir.
Okay.
The government fought against England over a lie, over excess taxation, and look what the fuck they do to us.
Again, when the poor people of America, the colonies of America, were paying what they didn't have to someone that wasn't here.
That sounds like us right now.
But it wasn't founded on a lie. Taxation was the problem. The other problem was England was not helping us. England left us here to fend for ourselves. Make do with what you have. We're not giving you anything. Okay? When you put people somewhere and don't help them, hence welfare, you get disgruntled people who blame everyone but themselves for their problems.
You're making my case stronger for why there shouldn't have been a problem with January 6th.
January 6th was an insurrection. One fact led thousands of people to decide that they were going to go in there and make sure that an election that was voted by the people for the people was unjustly unturned. It's been proven that that man went and tried to get states to overturn the election, find votes for him. It was also
why wasn't he charged for that?
He is going to be.
Why he's charged for other shit. He ain't been charged for that. Wouldn't that be the most serious thing to charge him for?
Yes, it's coming.
Man, that man ain't gonna get no more damn charges. Y'all been saying this shit for 3 years.
Okay, and it's coming.
When is it gonna come? When he 89?
In August, he's going to be charged with Georgia.
Why can't they do it in July?
Because they're not ready to. Remember, you are bringing charges against a former president. You better have all those dots, all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. It's a former president. The fact that the man was sitting there talking about classified information with people who had no business knowing should already tell you that is not a patriot.
Boo-hoo.
You tried to overthrow the government for a crook and someone who doesn't give a shit about the country. See, what people don't understand about the whole thing about Mar-a-Lago and all those documents is you not only did what you weren't supposed to do, you caused other countries to look at us to say, you know what? I'm not going to share my stuff with you because you got people who are sitting here just throwing them out to everyone. Let them look. Keep them in boxes in the toilet. Why am I doing that? He caused other countries, and he's causing Iran.
You can't prove that.
I can't prove what?
What you're saying, that he's causing other countries not to share intel with us. That's conjecture, sir.
When he was the president, other countries chose not to share intel with us. That is proven. That
you
was
mean the shithole countries?
No, not the shithole countries. There's only 5 countries that we actually share constant information with.
Last I checked, everybody fuck with us. All our allies fuck with us.
Only 5 of us share major intel with us.
We don't need them. We're the best. Fuck. We got the CIA, the FBI. We don't need that damn intel. They need us. We're
Damn.
global, sir. Come on,
No.
ex-military. We global.
Yeah, we are global, and you want to
They
know
ain't.
something? And you want to know something? He jeopardized our global
Oh,
interactions.
oh, you know
He
what? I'm not gonna do this with you, D-True.
Okay.
Your hatred for Trump is ridiculous.
It is.
True, push the goddamn button. Push the goddamn button, True.
I hate that orange
I'm
Cheeto
not
looking
going to push the button.
Let Junetown is taking over. Push the button, Truth.
I hate that orange Cheeto looking motherfucker. Hate him. Hate him. He shits orange. That's how much I hate that motherfucker.
See, I tried to tell you to push the button, Truth.
Calm down.
No, I'm just saying. There is.
Are you ready to say nigga, please? Are you ready?
No, I'm not. There's documents in there that jeopardize actions that we have going right now.
No, it ain't, G. No, it ain't. It's overblown.
He had a document from January 10th.
Why don't you have such conviction about the poor security Hillary had over her damn email account?
Here we go. What? Oh,
no, it's not.
Hillary,
no, I'm not going into it. I'm saying, why don't you have that much conviction? She did poor security shit too.
Okay.
If the concern is bridges,
and yes, and she was reprimanded for it.
I want to hear you reprimand her like you've been doing Trump.
You can't make him.
Look, she was wrong. And he's really wrong. But you know what?
You're really wrong.
He's really wrong.
You damn feminist.
But you know what Hillary didn't do? Have conferences with people showing them documents.
We don't know.
You know, okay. But you know what Hillary didn't? She didn't have the prince of Arabia show up at his door with all these boxes in the bathroom.
Come on,
Prince Arabia wasn't in his bathroom, no.
You said you don't know that because he was there at Mar-a-Lago. He was also at Bedminster, and it's been proven that he's had documents at Bedminster. Why?
Okay, and what bad has come of it? What bad has come of it? Nothing.
Saudi Arabia is the one country that everyone uses to buy secrets from.
What has come of it? Nothing.
That you know of.
But that's all that matters. If ain't nothing came out, we can't just be like, it was a bad thing.
But you know what? There's things they're not going to tell you. There's things they're not going to bring up. There's things they're not going to allow because that shows that he's already caused the country to look weak. Okay. He decided that we no longer need NATO. We no longer need 32 countries to be as one. We don't need that.
No.
Why is that?
Because we the big dogs. G.
No, we're not. To stand off. Now we could go one-on-one with anyone in the world.
Is China in NATO?
Nope.
Okay, then. So if China, who got way more citizens than us, feel like they don't need it, why can't we?
Because China is with Russia.
Russia sucks. Are you not watching Ukraine whoop their ass for the past year? They suck. All that old ass equipment they get.
If you possess 1,200 nuclear bombs, you are someone.
That's if they got 1,200.
Trust me, they actually have more than that now. They actually, because Trump removed the nuclear ban, they actually have 2,600 now.
Okay, well, if they got 2,600, I'm not impressed about that because, again, they got old tanks and shit that's been the reason that they're losing this goddamn war now. Their technology is outdated. So what they gonna do with some nukes they created back in 1930? Them shits ain't gonna shoot.
Okay, I agree with you, but you don't see what they have. Just because they sent their crap across the line to beat up on Ukraine doesn't mean that's only what they have. He's not.
If they had more, they would be. If they had more, they would be using it. They're being embarrassed on a national stage by people with no military training. People with no military training are whooping their ass. And then they're getting the people, the non-military trained people are getting military equipment from countries that are helping. Mm-hmm. Russia would not be going through this if they had the technology. This shit would have been over.
And Russia's getting stuff from China.
And they're still losing. We ended Desert Storm in 12 hours, sir. It don't take long when you just got the mic.
We entered a shithole country that had nothing.
That's my point. If that's Ukraine, Russia should have been ended this shit.
Ukraine was backed by Russia for the longest time. They separated from Russia. Now the Ukraine has our stuff.
They have it now, but at the beginning of the war, they weren't.
Well, yeah, you're right.
That's why I'm saying they should. When Russia knew they were finna invade, they should have did like we did in Desert Storm and ended that shit.
You know why? Because they underestimated Ukraine. They thought they could send their shit part of their army in there, and they would just bow down.
Ukraine had ex-basketball players coming back to pick up arms and go home and fight.
They had Americans go in there that had nothing to do with Ukraine.
And it is all because Russia didn't have the capabilities to end that shit quickly. You know how long it takes to travel from America to Ukraine? Shit should have been over.
2 days it takes to enter
Desert Storm, 12 hours. Shit should have been over.
And
just saying.
And Afghanistan, 5 years or 20 years. 20 years.
Well, we're not trying to take over Afghanistan. We did what we did with the poppy fields. It's not like I don't know why we're there, but it wasn't to fight with them. Once we killed Osama, that was our mission in Afghanistan. They didn't do shit to us.
They didn't kill Osama in Afghanistan. They killed him in Pakistan.
But I'm saying that's where they first invaded thinking he was. And then they got them poppy fields. All of a sudden, opioid addiction in the U.S. went up when we were guarding the fields and shit. And
they thought Osama.
They pulled out.
They thought Osama was in a cave somewhere on a ventilator. But they were wrong. I know. I saw that shit. But I'm just saying, it all boils down to one thing. He was the leader of this country. He did things and he's doing things that make the rest of the free world look at us poorly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. He wanted a dictatorship. Okay. He wanted to overturn an election that he lost. He went into 60 courts with no evidence. That dumbass with the Grecian formula dripping off the side of his head could not produce one fact. These were not democratic.
Why you got a name call?
These weren't democratic
you already know how
judges.
he rolled.
But these weren't democratic judges that dismissed those cases.
That's why they're going to be out of here. The motherfuckers ain't loyal. He appointed them and they ain't do the job.
You know why? Because when you take the oath, you're not taking the oath to be loyal to the president. You're taking the loyalty to the Constitution, to
the NRA,
the law,
the NRA.
Oh, whoever that's our Congress, okay? And okay, well, he's draining the swamp. What swamp did he drain? The same people are still there. The only people that were drained to the swamp were people that didn't agree with Trump.
Yeah, he got him up. He shed a light on Pelosi now.
What did Pelosi do?
Shut up, D-Truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pelosi is the head of the group that is kidnapping children. That's right. Pelosi.
Shut up, D-Truth.
I'm sorry, but the only people that have been ousted from the Congress or the Senate are people that did not agree with him. That is a dictatorship.
That's what you could do in your 4 years. The fuck?
That is a dictatorship. Okay.
That's what you allowed to do in your 4
Okay. I
years.
want to hear your explanation of this. The man campaigned on making classified information stronger. He sat there and told them to lock Hillary Clinton up because she violated classified information.
Okay.
Isn't that what he did?
That's what you alleged he did.
Did he not have 37 documents?
I don't know, sir. I don't know. I ain't seen it.
I seen it. All above secret.
Maybe you should do a live. I ain't seen it.
I did. I explained.
Do another one.
I explained what classified top secret.
I ain't know you back then.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. I'm just saying the same thing that you condemn. Okay, he told.
I'm not condemning Hillary. You condemning Hillary.
No,
I don't give a damn about. You're not condemning Hillary. You're condemning him. I ain't condemning neither one of them.
He said it. He said
I'm saying they're both.
He went on the campaign trail and said, "I will reinforce the laws containing confidential material being seen by people that should not be seen."
But if he's a president of another country, they can see stuff. They got secrets too. That ain't like no old willy nilly.
No, you're absolutely
right.
He's
a president.
You're absolutely. But you see, what people don't understand is when it comes to certain classified information, there is a room within Congress and the Senate that you only get to see that stuff in there. They confiscate everything, phones, any kind of devices.
So how the hell Trump able to leave out with 37 documents then?
Because he put them in the boxes.
Nobody said, Mr. President, you can't put that in the box.
He packed those boxes. Him and his people packed those boxes. That stuff was in the Oval
so you're
Office.
saying this is stuff he took when he left out the office on his way out?
Yes, this is all stuff that he
took
out of the office when he left.
Now, can they prove that he took that on the way out the door, or there was a collection of stuff over his term?
All that was a collection of stuff over his term.
So I'm saying if some of the stuff, just say like 9 months into him being in office, he took a couple of documents home. Nobody said, Mr. President, you can't take that home.
The only person that could have told him that would have been the chief of staff.
Now, what if he was at home, like on his little presidential retreats, and he got that stuff faxed to him or sent to him? It was brought to him there.
It will never be faxed. It has to be hand
delivered. However, what if that was one of the cases? It was brought to him.
It can be, but confidential, top secret, and above, basically is signed out. There's a chain of custody. It could never leave the person hand that it's given to. That person has to bring it to the person that's going to see it and stay with it. Okay, there is X amount of documents made for everyone that's supposed to see it gets a document, but it's supposed to be followed. That's why the archives knew exactly what was there and wasn't there, because it's assigned a number, and the archives knows exactly who has it, where it is, when it goes. Okay, who looked at it, when they looked at it, when they left. All that stuff is documented. That's why they went there and said, excuse me, but you have this document, this document, this document, this. They knew exactly what he had because the archives told him. They spent a year and a half arguing with him to give them back. They were like, Mr. President, we need to get those documents back. Yeah, okay. They're in the boxes with my golf shirts, is what he said. Well, I had golf shirts in those boxes. I didn't know what actually was in those boxes. remember, we were fighting whether I lost or not. So we had to hurry up and pack all that stuff.
You sound bitter, sir.
I'm not bitter. This is the truth. This is the truth.
Let me just go to the old black woman approach. Who hurt you, the truth?
These are not my excuses. These are his excuses.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go back to the fact that 17 people that were in his cabinet have been charged with felonies.
Like, did you vote for Trump and he disappointed you?
Oh, no, I would never vote for Trump. You know why? Because I know him on a personal level. I knew who he was when he walked in there on 2016. I knew who he was. He's a crook.
So you did.
Always.
So wait a minute. So you've done business with him?
I have watched him bankrupt people.
Have you done business with him?
No, I would never do business with him because I always known he was a crook. I've watched him buy shit from under people and pay less than they bidded. Mm-hmm. I watched him hire people.
That's how you get ahead in business.
I watched him hire people, and he is a stickler on going with small businesses because he knows he can bully them. So he would hire small businesses to do contracts. He would offer
business practices.
He would sign the contract for $750,000 and then tell him, "I'm not paying you shit up front. Do the job and then I'll pay you." That business will go get a loan to complete the job, meaning payroll for their people, material, and get
they chose to do that though. They chose to do that though.
You know why? Because a handshake and a contract should mean that you will pay the people what you promised them.
He did after they completed the job.
No, he did not.
How you expect somebody to complete a job and don't have the funds to do it?
They would take loans.
You have a business. You have a business, right?
They took loans to complete the job.
Again, that's their choice.
Okay, yes. Did they make mistakes of doing business?
You started off by saying he gave them the job and said, "I'm not paying you shit until the end of it."
But Trey, he's saying he did it the Grammy way. He did that after they signed. He didn't make that known up front.
It wasn't the okay. Here's the problem. Okay, here is the problem. He signed the contract for $750,000. The contractor goes and gets a loan so he has enough money to do the contract and pay his people. Then when the contract's over, Trump starts going through and pointing at, "Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is not the quality that I wanted." But you signed off on all of the merchandise that was purchased for the project. But now all of a sudden, this is sub-level material that you bought here. I'm only paying you.
He should have been sued for breach of contract.
And he has been. Go look up. Donald Trump has been sued over 400 times.
Okay, well, I'm saying if he was sued and he lost and he had to pay out, what is the fucking gripe?
But he never does. You know why? Because he sits there and he drags it and he causes the people to go under.
And he's the only businessman that does this. Like, you got to stop. That's how the business world is run, sir. You know it.
If the business world was like that, we'd have no businesses. We'd have no contractors. We'd have no.
Oh my God! All the real estate moguls and shit run operations like this.
And they have to work with different people every single time. A small business feels like it's an honor to work with him, so they trust him. He offers $750,000. They take a $600,000 loan out to do the project because that's how much it will cost for them to do it. Their profit will be
$100,000. Yes, they want $100,000 profit.
Their profit will be $150,000. He pays them $500,000, $100,000 under their loan. Show
the documents, sir.
Their loan.
Show the documents.
Okay. Let's see how many times has Donald
and then I need. And then you got how many?
Let's just
but
talk
again,
about
you
the
acting
Trump
like this
University.
isn't.
Let's
I
talk
don't know
about
what the fuck that is.
You don't know what
you
Trump
act like-
University is? The
No,
truth.
I don't know what that is.
Truth hurts.
I don't know what that is.
Truth hurts.
But
Trump University.
I don't know what that is. But again, I just want to keep pointing out, he didn't invent these type business practices, sir. He learned them from somewhere, so it's how businesses run. He didn't wake up one day and invent that shit.
And that's the quality of president you want? Someone who's
what's the rest of so the other presidents, what do the other presidents do? What the fuck do the other presidents do in their regular lives before they become president, sir?
They're lawyers.
Like, you gotta stop. And lawyers don't do shady shit.
Lawyers
you got to stop.
Lawyers are not affecting the small business.
Joe Biden, a damn career politician, sir.
Exactly.
Fucked up a lot of black people's lives. He's the president now. I don't want to hear that shit. That's the type of politician you want?
Donald Trump has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. Let's see.
And yet he's still a millionaire. And yet he's still a millionaire.
Donald Trump,
he's still a millionaire, sir.
Donald Trump has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcies.
A lot of rich people have. That's not enough.
I'm not saying that. I'm trying.
You're trying to say he, as a businessman, has had hiccups like most people, but he still always bounces back. He bounces back every single time.
He's not even a billionaire. That's been proven.
Well, I said a millionaire. I didn't say billionaire. I said he's still a millionaire.
Okay, I thought you said billionaire.
He's still rich. I didn't say billion. Oh, if he got $2 billion, he's still up. He's still able to sell his brand name. He's still able to have golf courses. He's still able to have that sprawling Mar-a-Lago property.
Man, okay, here it is right here. It just came up. From the 1980s until he was elected president in 2016, Donald Trump and his businesses were involved in over 4,000 legal cases. 4,000 legal cases.
And how many did
battles with casino patrons, $1 million real estate lawsuits, personal defamation lawsuits, and 100 business tax disputes.
Now, now you can ask how many times Walmart has been sued, and you'll see it. Look how many times Elon Musk and Bill Gates have been sued. Dude, that's what happens when you have a successful business in a $1 billion brand.
These are not lies, man. These are not lies. These are facts.
I'm not saying the lawsuits are lies. I'm saying any great. Look how many times Elon Musk has been sued. You can ask that about anybody that's popping.
But
it happens. Look, ask how many times Michael Jordan has been sued. 50 Cent. You can just Puff Daddy for Pete's sake.
Okay. His son and daughter were arraigned on charges.
Now you go, sir.
Yes,
what does the kids have to do with anything?
Because
stick to him. Could you stick to him? Could you stick to him? The kids ain't got shit to do with it. They not politicians. They ain't got. They ain't been sued. Have they been sued?
Yeah, they've been sued.
Has Ivanka been sued for her business practices?
Yes, she has.
When? For what?
She was they were arraigned and charged with inflating prices. They lied for 2 years during the real estate bust. Yes, she has. Ivanka,
no, that's
all together.
Being charged criminally is something different. I'm saying, has Ivanka's cosmetic line been sued?
It should be.
See, there you go. It should be. You got to stop. Leave the kids out of it. Stick to daddy. But I'm still just pointing out all these things are true. Still just pointing out that's how all the wealthy people are that are in business like that, sir. He's not special.
They say he still has 40 active cases of unpaid wages.
Damn.
Okay.
Unpaid wages.
Damn.
He got another, but here goes back to my point. He got to have some money. He's still able to push them off.
Exactly, because that's what
he's
he
able
does.
to stall them.
In the cases that I know of, the two cases that I know of where I actually knew the people, he just dragged it out until they couldn't afford to pay a lawyer anymore.
What do you think these big music labels do? That's what big time business does. They come with 30 lawyers.
Oh, Biden sold your black ass to China. And you know who got 37 patents within the month of President Trump becoming president? Ivanka Trump. 37 patents. 30.
She knew what Biden was going to
do. Ivanka Trump got 37,
Why you back on the kids?
37 patents from
what does that
China.
Mean?
It means that they weren't giving these patents out until he became president. And then all of a sudden she receives 37 patents the same year.
It pays to be in bed with China. It pays to be in bed with China, G. What the fuck?
Then why is Mad
upset? Get a lot of shit. We get a lot of shit from China.
Then why is mad because Biden sold
I don't know.
Our black ass to China? I don't understand.
I guess because Mad is partisan like you. Both of y'all got a side on this shit. I'm in the middle. I just point out how everybody doing the same fuck shit. All of them are businessmen. Every single politician is a businessman. They all come in as thousandaires and lead that motherfucker millionaires.
Explain. I want Mad to explain why did Jared Kushner get $2 billion from the Saudi Arabians, from the prince of Saudi Arabia?
Because they were giving out loans. The same reason Live Golf got sponsored by Saudi Arabia, and the PGA is mad at them.
There you go.
The Saudi Arabians are giving out money because they trying to have relationships with people.
Live is Saudi Arabia. That's who owns it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And the PGA is mad because Live is. They had the money.
I'll do you one
to have
better.
A competing league.
I'll do you one better. Jared Kushner got $2 billion, and the former Secretary of State, under Trump received $1 billion from Saudi Arabia.
What does that have to do with Trump, though? That's them people giving that money away. Why? Everything can't go back to Trump. You sound like these people that blame everything on Truth and me.
Okay, why? Why would Saudi Arabia invest?
I don't. Maybe because he gave them a great push. Maybe he gave them a great pitch for something. Maybe he promised them something.
Okay, here's my problem with that. Why did the Prince of Saudi Arabia's executive board tell him not to do it? His board of trustees over all businesses for Saudi Arabia, he did it on his own. Why? Jared Kushner,
because he the prince.
Jared Kushner has never had a positive income ratio in his entire life until now.
Well, maybe it's called
every business has failed.
Maybe they paid. Well, maybe they paid for that close relationship to the president.
Okay, why?
That's not against the law.
Oh, but it is.
No, just to have backdoor channels, diplomatic ties.
No, backdoor channels are illegal.
Is Kushner in jail for the $2 billion?
Is he being investigated? Yes.
Investigation doesn't lead to jail because you have to find something being wrong. The problem is people just mad he got $2 billion because he's a dumbass. They're like, how does this dumbass man get $2 billion?
Exactly.
That's not criminal.
That's not criminal. I'm still trying to get an audience with the prince. I'm still asking, when can I go see the Prince of Saudi Arabia? I'm not asking.
Who do you know?
I'm not asking for $1 billion. I'm not, sir. I'm not. You know what? Just make
you got to know somebody, D-Truth.
500,000, and I'm out of here.
You got to know somebody. Tell them you know Miss Liz.
Me and Miss Liz are both trying to meet the man. We heard he shits money and just leaves it on the floor for people to pick up. Shitty money everywhere. I'm just saying, there's so many things, and we always hear Hunter Biden, Jared Kushner, the former Secretary of State.
Do you notice I don't talk about none of that shit? I pretty much make fun of the shit.
Well, all I'm saying is, if you're supposed to be for the middle class, this man has a reputation of fucking the middle class.
He wasn't for the middle class. The only people that thought he was going to be for the middle class were dumb white people.
Well,
but he did nothing different than any other politician. You goddamn it, pander to your constituents to get their vote.
Well, you know what? I never heard a presidential candidate say, "I'm gonna build a wall and I'm gonna make Mexico pay for it." And you idiots were like,
"You know why? You know why you never heard it? You know why you never heard it before that time? It was because immigration was big at the time. Illegal immigrants was big at the time, so he spoke on something that the people would rally behind. Again,
rally behind.
People same people that you said vote matter are the ones that bought it.
No.
So you can't be mad at him for selling them something like most people do. They sell your product that they can't deliver, which is what all the presidents do. I'm gonna be tough on crime. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make sure, and they don't. That's what they all do. That's why people feel like their vote don't matter, because you vote for the motherfucker that just lied to you, and then you try the other party, and they lie to you just the same.
Why would you trust a man that?
Why would you trust any of them?
But I'm just saying, why would you trust a man that his closest advisor, Steve Bannon, the biggest grifter ever to be labeled a grifter, who stood by Trump's side through the first 3-4 years while he was in the presidency. This man stole money from people that he told to give me money and I'll finish the wall. He said, give me money. We're gonna finish the wall. Send me money.
He got donations too. He got donations too.
Yes, they gave him money. He stole it all.
People are stupid, sir. People are stupid.
They didn't put one screw in a wall.
Have you heard the saying, "A fool and his money shall soon part"?
And it is because they're grifters. Trump has not paid for one legal bill. These are charges for him. He didn't even pay for the case where they were accusing him of a 1985 rape. They paid for it all.
There you go.
And every time
he's smart with his money.
He's Steve Bannon.
He's smart with his money.
Steve Bannon went to court, and when they convicted him, they said, "Where's the money?" He said, "What money? I never saw any of that money."
You supposed to, but I bet he good right now.
Oh,
I bet he's good right now.
You know why? Because he's still getting money from the same dummies that gave him the money for the wall.
And he got the wall money too. The fuck? He got the wall money.
Yes, he did. But
all of these are business practices. I'm not shocked by this shit.
God,
people are crooked every day, bro. You keep trying to act like we don't live in a world where people are crooked and this shit don't happen.
Okay, people, you're absolutely right. But you know what?
It's just heightened because he was the president.
We don't run on those values to be president.
Again, when you run for president, you have to pick something that you think the people will connect with. And 99% of the time, you're lying to the people, but you're telling them that because it's going to get them to vote for you. Both parties do it. That's why I don't really fuck with politics, because all of them is the same. One bird, two wings, same side. They all working toward the same fucking goal, enriching their pockets.
The only thing I agree with you or Mad with is they're all in it together.
Trump didn't take a salary, sir. All the other presidents did.
You know why? Because he was making so much money.
He didn't need to. He was still making his money.
But he still could have taken it.
No, because he was making so much money as president. These dummies were paying for rooms in his hotel and weren't even staying. They were showing up. They They were showing up.
He's a great businessman.
He
got $1 billion brand.
His golf courses were making nothing. They were all in the red until he became president. You know why?
Yes.
Because these people were buying up memberships so they could sit there in hopes that idiot would come in and start spilling shit.
PGA tours were coming in and shit.
Yeah, because he's president. He sent back that 400,000. He's like, shit, I'm making so much money. I'm president, and I'm going to show these people I don't need their money.
But he could have taken it though. The point is, he could have taken it. He didn't.
You know why he didn't take it?
Because he didn't. But he's the only president that hadn't taken a salary.
Really?
So now you're making it a bad thing that the man didn't take the salary. I thought that was a good thing.
And you know what? He is the only president in the history of the United States to pay $750 in taxes for an entire year as president.
And apparently it was great because the IRS didn't audit him or anything. So apparently he did. It was legal.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and he paid. Okay, what was his penalty? Did they find he did anything wrong?
The fact that
I see, there you go. The man is constantly getting scrutinized and he wins.
Okay, but he exploited the same things that he promised that he would get rid of.
I exploit shit on my taxes, sir. That's what you do. That's how the rich stay rich. Fuck, I'm gonna pay $2 million worth of taxes when I can pay $750 because my lawyers or my accountant or my CPA and found me loopholes to write everything off. You gonna be mad at me for that? That's news check. A lot of these big businesses get tax breaks and shit like that just for coming to cities. They ain't got to pay no taxes.
And you know what? They lowered we actually increased the taxes on business to 35%. He lowered it to 28%. And gave them more credits.
But it also helped the economy in those places because they were able to employ more people. Put money in people's pockets off of it.
They didn't. They did.
They do. When you come and open up a factory, you hire people. You can't say they didn't.
Exactly.
So that's stimulating the economy. Jobs that normally wouldn't be a place.
They did.
Got jobs.
And the only people who got pay raises were the CEOs and the upper executives. That's it.
That happens.
The money that we gave back to the companies, they didn't pass it down to their employees. They made themselves get bigger bonuses.
You know, Nike's main shipping hub is here in Memphis. He gave a shit ton of jobs. Ain't nobody complaining about the fact they don't have to pay taxes and shit here and all the incentives they get, which is not. Or Amazon. There's a huge Amazon facility right next to it. Nobody's complaining. The people are just happy that there are jobs there. They're getting paid great wages and the CEOs are making money. That's business, sir. That's how all this shit is. So are you concerned about what the door greeter at Walmart is making? And you know how much the damn company is worth and how much the CEO is making? No,
but you know what I'm concerned about? That if they increased business tax by 1%, it would actually pay back all the money they stole from Social Security. Raise it another percent, and it'll actually pay back most of the debt that we've incurred.
I agree. And I'm going to keep throwing in, take away NASA's funding. Not all of it, cut it in half. They ain't doing shit. We don't need it. They have a blank check.
Understand something with a lot of these departments within the government. They're needed because all the other countries are doing it. And if all the other countries are doing it and we're not doing it, how do we know what they're doing?
Well, again, I said cut it in half. Don't cut it completely. Cut it in half.
If China starts sending rockets into space, what do we know what they're doing up there if we're not doing the same thing? Hell, India, a country who could barely pay for shoes for their people, is shooting rockets into space. What the hell are they doing up there?
I agree.
Your people
cut it in half.
India, your people bathe in a river with bodies and shit in it, but you're going to shoot a rocket into space.
Why can't they just give them $1 billion budget instead of giving them a blank check and say, you can spend as much money as you want?
You see, the same hatred that I have for Trump, Mad has the same hatred for Biden.
Yes, because both of y'all took the bait. Both of y'all took the bait.
Okay. So what do you feel about the Supreme Court?
You see, I'm sitting here agreeing with like 99% of the shit you say. I'm just like, be fair. Point out the other side does it too.
But
like, I definitely agree with you about the money from the Social Security, and that wasn't a Republican or Democratic thing.
That wasn't a Biden thing.
No, I'm saying it happened under both sides, the Social Security being drained from the people.
They've been stealing from that for over 20 years.
And that's been both sides, not just one.
And every year they come back with the same thing. The Republicans just put that on the floor. Let's raise Social Security from 65 to 67. Why? Because you know that there's an end to this thing. You know that money eventually is going to run out in Social Security, and they know exactly when it's going to run out.
But the NASA check won't. That's what I'm pointing out. Social Security can run out, but NASA can't. The people that helped found this country and put in and built the infrastructure and all that, they're going to be told tough titty while NASA just gets to bleed money.
No, they're not putting. They stopped putting money into NASA when the space shuttle blew up. That's
so they still got a blank check.
No, they not as much as it used to be. The problem is they stopped funding them after the space shuttle blew up. Now it's just watching, learning. They're letting private citizens do it now. There's private corporations that are running all that. NASA is just there to lend a hand now. That's why NASA's budget isn't what it used to be, because they're just there to watch. They're just there to observe and put in where they need to put in. But they're not shooting any rockets into space. They're not getting people to Mars. They don't really. They're done with that. They don't want to deal with that. They're letting the private sector.
Well, they said it, yeah. Okay, well, I just see it said in 2023 they were approved for like a $32.35 billion budget,
which is way less than all the budgets they've ever had compared to this time. So
SpaceX budget is only $2 billion in comparison, and SpaceX shooting a shit ton of rockets with a $2 billion budget.
All right. Well, I'd love to sit here. We are going to have this discussion, and we're going to set a time.
I'm going live at 1:11 too, by the way.
I got things I got to get. I got to.
No, I was telling you we got to wrap it up, G. Right. I enjoyed this argument with you, though.
Yes. And I can't argue with Mad because all he does is get into his monotone voice and just keep repeating the same thing.
Well, you yelled at me a couple times. I thought you were going to say, whatever, nigga. I was waiting for it.
All right, Trey, but we'll discuss, and we will come a time and a date where me and you will face off.
Y'all finished? I'm still eating my popcorn.
All right.
It's coming. Like the elections and shit are coming up. It's about to be that time.
We will do it. All right. Thank you, Truth Hurts. I appreciate you. Have a great day.
Welcome.
Have a great day, everyone. I'm coming for you, Mad. I'm coming for
Enjoy
you.
your birthday, Ricky.
All right. I will. I'm having another piece of cake right now. Bye, everybody.
Truth, I told you to push the goddamn button.
I didn't want to push the button.
Ooh, yeah, that would be Mad versus the Truth, Republican versus Democrat. That shit.
I can't wait for that.
I have to be the moderator because I don't care about either side. I'm gonna keep it a G. Fuck both of them sides.
I can't wait. Well, thank y'all so much for joining. Live went left as usual, but it was a good left.
Well, it was after show. After we was done, and you said, talk, we got 20 minutes. That's where you fucked up. You should have just ended it 2 hours and 40 minutes. You see, what you can do is you can go to your StreamYards and cut that last part out from the 2 hour and 40
I'm going
second
to do
part.
that. I gotta work on that now. I'm cutting out 20 dime when she hit my link last night, and I'm cutting this out.
No, StreamYards lets you do it now.
Oh,
You
really?
go into you go to StreamYards and hit view, and then it lets you chop out the part that you want and turn it into its own little video.
Damn it, I
So
didn't
like
know
it's,
that.
so like as soon as you end this live, you can go back into the StreamYard studio, hit view, and go to the 2 hour, just slide, hit cut out or whatever the fuck it tells you to do, slide it to the 2 hour and 40 minute part where you
Uh-huh.
said we got 20 minutes, y'all talk, and just to the end of the live. And then it'll
Damn
give
it,
you the
then.
option to
Okay.
download, and it'll be its own stream.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And
All
and
right,
the
y'all.
same thing with the Twitter down link.
All right, y'all. We gotta go. We got 10 minutes to get over to State Land. Somebody drop the link for Trey. We finna head over there. All right. I appreciate y'all joining today. I do. Shout out to the True Simple State Gang, my moderators.
What happened? Oh, what?
Way back now, access my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Oh, way back now, access my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Oh, way back now. Says my regular, I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better Says my regular, I'm talking things for better.